Yo, what's up, Omega? What is up, Omega? Good morning. What's up, Noid? What's up, Cooks? Ready for some LAIC Torterra action? I don't think we're going to be seeing much Torterra. We'll see. Most like Reggie Drago vs. Palkia is the first match on stream. I would assume so. Oh, man. Oh, my YouTube chat might be bugged. We'll see. Oh, wait, there we go. It's here. Let me know, is the background music too loud? Too quiet? Should I turn it up, turn it down, or is it fine? Let me know. What's up, Adam? I'm not at my usual setup, so not everything is set up how it usually is. I was gonna go change. Oh, okay. All right. Conkeldurr won a Sea League in Tokyo, BDIF, probably. If it won the most recent, one. Whatever won the most recent Sea League is the best deck in the format. That's how we determine it. Yo, what's up, Dungeon? Appreciate the 9 months there, Red Dragonflight. Chip and Kyle in the booth, let's go. Who else is actually casting? I didn't take a look at or I didn't see like the casting graphic. I saw I think I saw Pablo doing the intro show thing, right though? I think so. Drago's 9%. That's about what I guess it was gonna be, I think. I said 8% was my guess. Yeah. It's interesting. It's like really, really good, but like it doesn't seem like it's gonna get so the popularity of it isn't like super big. Even like, but it is weird because it's like one of those decks where it's like a harder deck in the format, but they it's never popular, or it's weird that it hasn't been more popular. Because like at Worlds and stuff, it was super popular. Worlds and Baltimore got like super high numbers, but like it wasn't able to climb back up to those numbers, which is interesting. All right, we got Gustavo with Palkia Dusknoir versus Andrei with the Reggie Drago for round 1. They stream round 1. They stream every round at international championships. They just don't. They don't stream every round for regionals. Can 61 get cash prizing in top 64? Yeah. Well, yeah. But 621 doesn't make day 2, so... no. Theoretically, if 621 made day 2 at this tournament, they could. But 61 doesn't make day 2 at this tournament. You have to go 6-2 to make day 2. What do you think about the stream leaking players' decks before round 1 already? Oh, what were they saying, Benji? Didn't they change it? It's not changed for this tournament. Also, there's only 8 rounds for this tournament. It's changed for Sacramento, where there will also only be 8 rounds, but it'll be 5-2-1 that makes day 2. And you could get top 64, but top 64 doesn't give cash prizing at regionals, but you could get top 16 or top 32 going in at 5-2-1. They had 3 players to watch, and they showed the decks they were playing. Oh, I didn't see that. I saw the players to watch. Did they show the decks, or did they talk about the decks that the players were playing? Yeah, I feel like they probably shouldn't do that. Well, I mean, like, if everyone's sitting down at their tables... Well, I guess, like, you can hear the casters in the venue. Yeah, it feels a little weird, for sure. Unless the first round has already started for everyone except for the players on stage, I guess. Yeah, unless they already started the round for everyone except for the players on stage. Giovanni on cloth. Wait, actually no memes? No memes he is? What? Why would Giovanni... Dude, Giovanni's made the finals at the last 3. Giovanni's made it the finals of the last 3 tournaments with Terrapagos and switches to cloth. Hazel, why you're not in LA? Didn't you say that you'll be going to all ICs? Yeah, I did, but I changed my mind. So why you're not participating? Because I don't want to. I don't know, man. He has a Worlds invite. He's just balling. I mean, I doubt he views it that way, though. Most competitive players don't view it that way. Most competitive players want to win. It doesn't really matter the tournament. I'm not saying he's not trying to win with Cloth. I'm just saying it's an interesting. The Cloth is an interesting choice. If you think it's the best play, then he thinks it's the best play. Dude, what is this? Is it just me, or is it really dark? This looks hella. It looks hella dark on stage. They need to... Where are the lights? Did they not test this beforehand? Did they run out of light? I guess even like the player shots are a little dark as well. But I didn't really notice it. When we saw the player shots beforehand, I didn't really notice how dark it is. They're keeping it low light to try and put you back to sleep, Azul? Maybe. I'm cooked. Dude, how do we already have a stop of play? What the heck is going on? How do you win with those prize cards? Oh shoot. Fire, 1/1 Drago. Iono Research? I mean, that's fine. That's not that bad. Well, wait, as long as you play 3 fire. Yeah. As long as you play 3 fire, that's not that bad. Well, but I don't know. Andrei could be playing a 2 fire build. Apparently only plays 2 fire. Alright, that is pretty bad. Maybe... no, you can attack with Ogerpon. Yeah, you just gotta set up Ogerpon and get a prize card. Oh, but they're in the top 2, though. You're never gonna draw them. Yeah, I mean, I mean, in this situation, I guess you're probably not gonna win. I mean, it's like Donk Gustavo or something like that. Because, yeah, if you draw your prize cards in order, like, which Andrei probably will, then you're not going to see the fire energy until, like, never. You're just never going to see the fire energy. That's, it's not very good. The question is just, does Andrei notice? Does Andrei realize that there is both fire energy prized? You would think that'd be, like, something that you would check. Especially if you only play 2 fire. But even if you play 3 fire, I think you check your energy count. Checking your energy count is pretty important, I feel like. We'll see where he... The tell from Andrei here will be where does he attach for turn. Because if he realizes, he'll attach to... And he doesn't know. And then he would go a step further and E-switch it over to the Drago. Because there's a good chance you get Iono'd. Or there's a chance you get Iono'd if you're up against a Duskull deck. Just passes though, okay. Alright, over to Gustavo. And Gustavo doesn't know, but there's really not that much that he has to do this turn. If he just, like, benches a Palkia, he's chilling. See the Froakie in there. It looks like pretty standard Palkia Dusknoir. Prize the Greninja EX. Couple stops. Not a big deal, though. Is it confirmed he only plays 2? Pretty much, yeah. Never seen someone deck search like that before? Yeah, Gustavo, the way Gustavo, like, holds his cards is definitely, unique. And, like, the hand shuffle he does. Ooh, we're losing 2 rare candy. We're losing a vacuum as well, but the vacuum doesn't really matter. There's the 6 off the Squawkabilly. There's a Pokestop, found a heavy ball. Was there any basics prized? I don't think so, right? Maybe there's Palkia V prized? Or there's Palkia V, right? I guess Andrei Scoops winning the Dusknoir prize isn't fire. Well, you'd wait to see if Gustavo actually has anything, probably. You'd wait to see that. You appreciate the prime sub there, Crotix. Is it forcing a knockout with Ogerpon? No? Or wait for the Dusknoir to pop? I mean, nothing is forcing the Dusknoir to pop. Like, Gustavo would maybe use Dusknoir on that following turn, possibly. But no, at this turn from Andrei, you want to knock out the Duskull with Ogerpon. Or, if you can, even Prime Catcher Punch Palkia would be fine. Or Chaos Squawkabilly off the bench there from Gustavo. You need a lot of energy, but you could put down multiple Ogerpons to get there. Do you think 2 fire is the optimal count in Drago? Yeah, I like 2 fire. 2 fire, 3 recovery cards. Yeah, you'd rather leave Duskull alive, right? No, usually not. Usually you just want to KO Duskulls. Like, in this situation, you probably still go for the Duskull knockout if you can get there. The question is just, has Andrei figured out... The grass attachment to the Drago makes you think Andrei doesn't know that there's no fires in the deck. Maybe this time around we'll notice. There'll be a realization. Has there been a realization? Maybe, maybe. I'm not sure. He maybe realizes now. Yeah, there are. So now knows for sure. He switches over to the Ogre Pawn. And I should tell Gustavo immediately that there's two fire prized. Draw there. Nothing, actually. Absolutely nothing. No way to attack this turn for sure. I guess you could Pokestop. You hope to hit like a Vessel just to get more energy in play. That's something. Pokemon players don't use mats. You don't use mats on stream. You're not allowed to use a mat on stream. Found an E-Switch, lost a pawn, and a Drago. I wonder if you just concede, to be honest, at this point. Like, there's a chance you win, but I think I almost would rather just save time for the future rounds. Yeah, I think I would maybe just concede. I don't even know if it's worth sticking this one out. If Gustavo maybe had a slower start, but it looks like Gustavo's start is fine here. Just pack it up and go to the next game. Actually, Gustavo's hand might not be that good. We'll see what Gustavo does there. Is there a switch in Drago besides Prime Catcher? Yeah, most people play one switch, one Prime. Well, it has an Iono, so it's still fine. Ultra Balling away an Iono and a Fez. I wonder what we're grabbing here. I don't think we have a rare candy in hand. Just another Duskull? Okay. And the stream table sucks to pick up cards. It does. Picking up cards off the stream table is pretty annoying. Whatever it's made out of. It's like a plastic. Good morning, Mike. Alright, Iono for 6. And the hand's pretty mid. There are some Night Stretchers. Oh, we did have the Candy Dusknoir there from Gustavo. I don't know how many water are in the discard pile. We could possibly concealed cards again with a Night Stretcher. Seems pretty mid. Using Dusknoir also to... Like, KO and Kyurem is just kind of, like, mid as well. KO and Kyurem is kind of mid here. Gustavo is going to go for the concealed cards off the Night Stretcher. I don't know. Yeah, once again, I don't know how many water are in the discard pile. There's at least one. Or maybe just attach. Oh, wait, we could have just attached to the Palkia as well, though, I guess. Does go for the concealed cards, though. Track and choose. Gives up a Nest Ball. Found an Ultra Ball. It looks like it has Froakie in hand as well now. Was it just a pass from Gustavo? I can't tell. Where's the board? Why are they not showing the board? Bruh. What's going on? What's the logic behind no mats on the stream table? They just wanted it to be consistent, like a consistent thing for players to look at. Alright, they fixed it. Alright, the hand looks fine here from Andrei. Has Research, has Vessel, 2 Vessels. And I'm not sure what's at the back of the hand there. Has a Nest Ball as well. The thing though, as Andrei though, is you don't want to bench any Pokemon really. Because if you bench one more Pokemon, then all of a sudden a full bench from Gustavo KOs your Ogerpon from a Palkia. So you don't really want to bench anything else besides just these Pokemon. Then you force more out of Gustavo to actually knock you out. I feel like Andrei shouldn't bench anything else here. We'll see what he goes for though. He's playing the nest ball. We'll see if anything's grabbed. Does go for another Ogerpon. Yeah, not a huge fan of that. I feel like we could have gone just like one Ogerpon attached to it and then play research and then try and find Switch or Prime to punch something. Oh, we have the Switch in hand. Oh, I guess we couldn't quite KO the Dusknoir. We'd be an energy short. But I guess we could just wait. You could just wait for a turn. I don't know if that's worth it. That seems kind of risky maybe then, I guess. Yeah. Stacking up the pawns. Oh, we got one ready to go. We're going pawn number 2. We're kind of looking for Prime Catcher then at this point. We're not like setting up for like a big Ogerpon to KO the active. So we have Switch in hand here, but we're not going to play it then. There's no reason to play the Switch. We're looking for the option of Prime Catcher. I guess we still have Legacy Star as well. Oh, plays. Whoa. 2 Counter Catcher. Who played this Counter Catcher build recently? Someone was playing a 2 Counter Catcher build recently of Regidrago. I forget who it was, though. We saw it at one of the regionals. All right, over to Gustavo, who is probably, once again, not trying to KO this Kyurem, with not trying to attack it, not trying to use a Dusknoir on it. Wants to bring up the Ogerpons on the bench. I can't tell how good this hand is, though. There's an Irida. I guess you could pop Dusknoir. Well, that's tough. You don't really want to... Oh, you can just go for Prime Catcher, though, actually. You can just go Prime. Well, I don't know how many energy... We might have to Night Stretcher for an energy and just attach it to the Palkia, but I think that's fine here for Gustavo. At this point, I would maybe just concede as Andrei. Because what are you even hoping for at this point? Yeah, I don't even know what you're hoping for at this point. To have like a chance to win this game. You're gonna lose an Ogerpon with 3 energy. Your Ogerpon can't KO. Oh, we have to V-Star power? Wait, couldn't Gustavo just have used Night Stretcher instead, though? Is that really worth it to V-Star for an energy there? I thought we were going to see the Night Stretcher for sure. Just attach. Alright. KOs the pawn. Gets 2. Get a Dusknoir and a Pokestop. Pokestop is okay. Dusknoir is also okay. They're both okay. Alright, so Andrei can't KO the active. You could try and 2-hit the active with back-to-back back-to-back Ogerpons. Once again, this is eating up so much time. This is eating up so much time at this point from Andrei. I see a boss in hand, so you could boss KO the Greninja off the bench, I guess, to get a prize card. Or Duskull would be fine as well. Maybe go for the Duskull is probably a little bit better. It's fine. And then hope it's a fire energy. But then, even then, you still need so much. Does Drago have a bad matchup into Palkia? No, Drago's favored against Palkia. Andrei just prized 2 fire energy. Andrei prized all of his fire energy, so. Red Drago with Counter Catcher, 14th place at Joinville. Laura Caporali. Yeah, that's where I saw it, I think, for sure. Here comes the Counter Catcher. Goes for the other Palkia. Okay, that's like another thing with Gustavo having used the V-Star power, is there's no way to get 2 energy onto this Palkia this turn to like harder treat it, so it has to be a switch. Has to be like a switch here or something like that. Throws up. Well, now we put on the Pheasantipity, so now our active dies again. We keep benching 3 Pokemon here. Yeah, this is actually the game could be over next turn. Gustavo can like, oh no, Gustavo can't quite win yet. Gustavo can't quite win. Super Rod back triple grass. I almost wonder if we need to get an Ogerpon there though. From Andrei. Got a lot of Gust in hand. Thinking about Vesseline. There's keeping the Nest Ball. Okay, keeps the Nest Ball. Although I don't know what we're Nest Balling for because we didn't get back a Ogerpon. Yeah, it's just a single grass. So we're just building up this Ogerpon bigger. Maybe we're not benching the... But I don't... Yeah, benching the Pheasantipity still feels pretty bad there. From Andrei. Because now we're just a switch away from getting knocked out. If we bench anything else, then Gustavo could win next turn. Attachment active. There's the Nest Ball. Just for the fail. I mean, doing all these actions makes me think we're benching Mew, which means Gustavo can just win next turn. Oh, I guess Gustavo could have won next turn. Oh, no, because we burned our V-Star there. There's Mew for 2. Then we'll have the Pheasantipity for 3. But there's, like, nothing to draw here. There's nothing we can draw that actually makes, like, a big impact on the situation. And there's 3. And then we're just punching the active here, hoping to get stuck. Alright, there's the punch. Over to Gustavo, immediately into the Pokestop. So Gustavo here needs to find a rare candy, I think, and then it should be game. No rare candy yet. Has Switch in hand, so can just KO the active. A couple Night Stretcher as well. Yeah, so Gustavo can just go KO active. Alright, and there's the concede finally from Andrei. I would have liked to have seen it a lot sooner. There's only 30 minutes left. We did eat up 18 minutes in that first game there. In this first round. So it is possible that we don't have quite enough time to close out game 3 as we get down to the wire. Yeah, the Kyurem was not on purpose. Opened the Kyurem, or was forced to start Kyurem, didn't have a choice. Kind of feel like he started playing for a time when he realized the prize cards. No, that's not what happened. He just should have conceded sooner and didn't. I'm trying to come up with a way to get prize cards to hope to get a Fire Energy. Alright, let's see what these prize cards are. Wait, did they show them immediately? Did they show both players off the rip? Or they usually show them when it's the first player, when it's their first search, right? Let's see what Andrei chose as well here. Chose first. Has Energy Drago. Doesn't have much else. I don't even know if there's actually a draw supporter in that hand there. Does have the Cleffa start at the very least. Alright. Over to Gustavo. Opens the Irida. So we'll have a couple of options to choose from here. Can go for Radiant Greninja. Has the possibility of like a Nest Ball for Squawkabilly if we need to get the... Is it wrong to say he should have conceded the minute he realized 2 energy were prized? Probably shouldn't have conceded instantly, but should have waited to see like if Gustavo was like effectively dead drawing. As soon as Gustavo got like the turn 3 knockout on the Ogerpon, probably should have conceded at that point as Andrei, I feel like. Yeah. At that point, I feel like is when Andrei should have conceded. Once the first Ogerpon went down. But yeah, if you have 2 fire energy prize, I would you should stick it out to see if your opponent's dead drawing at the very least. Even if you're dead drawing, if your opponent's dead drawing, I think you should stick it out usually. Okay, we're going to the concealed cards. Has a Nest Ball to work with. Not much else though. It literally is just going to be Nest Ball for Palkia and then pass. I mean, Andrei could get like a turn 2 Prime Catcher KO Lone Palkia here, which would I don't know, maybe prompt Gustavo to concede early here. And we go into game 3. But you don't even need that from Andrei. Honestly, Andrei just getting a Dragapult attack off would be probably good enough here. Or maybe Goodra if Andrei plays Goodra. I haven't seen the Goodra. Definitely has Tina. Definitely has Dragapult, though. And there's the pass. But I think Andrei's hand might be dead. There was a top deck Vessel. Yeah, I think the hand is dead here for Andrei. He's going to Vessel. Check for the fires, I'm sure. We can grab, like, just the fire energy and then draw with Cleffa, I guess. That's fine. Alright. There's 1 fire. Prize Charizard, prize Prime. Looks like we prize a Drago V and something else. So it's going to have to be the Cleffa is going to be the savior here. Getting, getting just a fire. I think we should get just fire here. We'll get into a grass on the next turn. We can't do anything with the grass energy right now. We may as well get the extra card off the Cleffa. There's cards that we definitely value way higher than grass energy to see. Pretty sure that's a Pult. Oh, was it a Pult? My bad. Oh, I panicked there for a second. I was like, wait, what? We're just burning more cards, though. Yeah, Cleffa for 5. Get the extra cards. Sounds good to me. Could have even played the boss, but it seems fine. All right, over to Gustavo. If Gustavo can, Gustavo will definitely go for knockouts on that Drago. Has an Iono to start off the turn. It's going to be pretty unlikely because Gustavo did... No, yeah, the counter catch is going to the bottom of the deck, but we could refine that or we could find the Prime, plus Candy Dusknoir, plus Palkia. It is possible for Gustavo to get the KO this turn. There's some draw power in the hand. We see Trek and Choose, Pokestop. Has Dusclops as well. And Dusclops is enough damage, to be honest, if you can find a Gust effect. Oh, that's true. We have Dusknoir plus the Shuriken here as well. Oh, yeah, that does just win the game. Dusknoir plus Shuriken is enough. Going to the Trek and Choose first. It is a Duskull that was found, I believe. Why does no one play Dunsparce as the draw engine anymore? It's not very good. No one really played it before either. We're just playing like 1 deck. Oh, is that game? No, we're close. No, that might be game. No, we don't have Dusknoir. We don't have Dusknoir. That's really close, though. Here comes the Vessel on the Heavy Ball. Gustavo is just a Dusknoir away from the win here. Because we have Ultra Ball in hand, I believe. But we need Palkia, V-Star, and Dusknoir. We have the Candy. There's the concealed cards. There's second Ultra Ball. That should be game. Ultra Ball, Candy, Dusknoir, Palkia, V-Star. Unless there's some weird prize cards. Oh, is there 3 water in the discard pile, I guess? I don't actually know if there's 3 water. I think there is 3 water in the discard pile. Yeah, we have 3 water. That's game. Does Gustavo see it? I guess it's just the question. We already saw Gustavo bench that. No! Gustavo doesn't see it! Unless it's prized. I don't think it's all prized, though. Wait, no. Gustavo still has it, right? He still has it. No, he didn't see it because he Ultra Balled away the Ultra Ball. Candy Dusknoir. both V-Stars aren't prized or anything like that, right? Yeah, definitely a throw here from Gustavo. Had game. There's the Mew for 2. Didn't get any plays, though. No plays. Yeah, big throw from Gustavo there. Literally had game set up. Yo, what's up, David? Definitely looks like he realized the throw. Yeah, it feels like it a little bit for sure. It feels like Gustavo looked at the hand and was like, oh, wait. Or look at the discard pile there. What exactly was the play? Gustavo could have Ultra Balled for Dusknoir like he did, but then not Ultra Balled away Ultra Ball, and then Ultra Balled away for Palkia, or then used Ultra Ball to get Palkia V-Star. And then Palkia V-Star load up Radiant Greninja, Dusknoir pop on the Drago, use Radiant Greninja to KO Cleffa and Drago, and just board wipe Andrei. He didn't even use Dusknoir? Well, you don't really want to use... Well, you could have popped Dusknoir here, to be honest, before it gets knocked out. Yeah, maybe you should have used Dusknoir, to be honest. And put it on the Drago. That is fair, actually. I was like, do you really want to use Dusknoir here? But actually, you probably kind of do to pressure the Drago. You're probably right, to be honest. Because right now, if Andrei gets a Dragapult attack off, we KO Dusknoir and Dusclops. And then there's no way for Gustavo to KO Drago next turn. Triple Ultra Ball. So this should lead to... I imagine this will lead to a Dragapult in the discard pile. We'll see, though. Play 1 Ultra Ball, get rid of 2 things. Get Dragapult, Ultra Ball away the Dragapult. Get Regidrago V-Star, KO both Dusknoirs. And then all of a sudden, it's looking pretty good for Andrei here. Gustavo literally had game. Yeah, Gustavo literally had game. And then didn't see it. And now we see Andrei is going to take a huge lead here. And completely lock Gustavo out of Dusknoirs, which is like the big deal to actually get the KO on the Dragos here. Definitely a big capitalization of the mistake there of Gustavo. Yeah, it's going to put Andrei in a pretty good spot. This Drago is definitely living till next turn. How much time do we have left? Would you ever... Now I guess I had a question. Do you ever concede here as Gustavo? Probably not. Because you could 2-hit this and still be fine, I guess, technically. You have Ionos for comeback plays. Yeah, you probably don't concede here as Gustavo. Yeah, I think I agree. I think Gustavo should have popped Dusknoir that turn and then probably pushed up Duskull. Pop Dusknoir onto the Drago and then push up Duskull. At the very least at the end of that turn. Because now, if you get attacked by Dragapult here, you're in big trouble. And we see Gustavo does get attacked by Dragapult here. And now is in big trouble. Now is in big trouble for sure. Immediately goes for the Dippity to draw 3. I can't see what that card in the back of the hand is. It might just be a... No, there's an Irida. Okay, so we can attack with Palkia this turn. We can go Palkia Punch. I was thinking about playing Night Stretcher there. Night Stretcher for Duskull is probably fine because then Andrei has to pick between attacking with Dragapult or attacking with Tina to KO the Duskull, and we're probably going to see an attack with Dragapult here. So I feel like as Gustavo here, if you attack with... if you bench Duskull here, it's not terrible. Yeah, I feel like benching Duskull here wouldn't be terrible here from Gustavo. Because Andrei's drawn, what, 2 prize cards, so even drawing like another one would just put him on odd prize cards, and if you don't draw it, then you can pop a Dusknoir. Yeah. Yep, there's the Duskull bench, which it does just get KO'd by Dragapult, but that would force the Dragapult attack for the turn, which doesn't get 2 prize cards. Starts to load up the next Palkia, and then there is the punch for 200 damage. This also does open up the possibility of a Radiant Greninja attack to KO this Drago next turn as well. So Gustavo could do like a cheesy play where you try and trap something in the active, plus Greninja snipe around it. We'll see. All right, over to Andrei. Got some options here. Ooh, the hand is actually not that good for Andrei. Okay. Maybe there is like a comeback possibility here for Gustavo, to be honest. The hand for Andrei is pretty weak. I think has to go into the V-Star here, which is definitely not what you want to do, but it feels like what you're forced into. Yeah, immediately into the V-Star. Let's see what gets discarded here. Ooh, 2 E-Switch. And a Super Rod. Wait, how many Super Rod is Andrei playing? Is it 3 Super Rod? Am I trolling? It is just 2, right? That's like I think that's 3 E-Switch in the discard pile. I mean, setting up another Drago this game seems good, but doesn't seem very probable now. Yeah, I'm curious to see how Andrei plays out this next turn. We have Prime Catcher in hand, so you could go Prime Catcher, Knockout Mew plus Knockout Duskull to draw 3 prize cards, put yourself down to 1 prize card remaining, but then you get Iono to 1. You definitely need to get some kind of draw supporter here as Andrei, I think, and is going for that Iono. Could go for an E-Switch, just so you have the possibility of setting up another Drago over the next 2 turns, or increase those odds. That'll probably be the biggest card to find. I think there is a Super Rod currently in Andrei's hand, so you can recover the Drago V plus the Grass Energy that way, and that's fine. I was thinking about Nest Ball. Okay. Maybe just to get Pheasantipity, and then we're just going to play through Ogre Pawns. Goes for the Vessel. Okay, so it looks like Andrei's just going to play through Ogre Pawns and Radzard moving forward, and maybe KO that Mew. KO that Mew here. Oh, there is 2 Super Rod in hand, I think. This list plays 3 Super Rod? That's a lot of Super Rods. Yeah, there's 2 Super Rod in hand. It's a triple Super Rod list. So we can go get a Grass and a Fire here, and attach the Fire to the Radiant Charizard. I don't even know if we should get the Grass here. I mean, does having a Grass on our Ogre Pond really matter that much? Does cycling that matter? We could just put it back in the deck, I guess. Maybe it does. Maybe we want to get the potential of the Ogre Pond attacking is like the important thing. Seems fine. Yeah, that is a triple Super Rod list, it looks like. Alright, 1 to the pawn. Attached to the Radzard. And then we'll probably end this turn with an Iono here. Another pawn. Could bench it. And then we could see one of those Super Rods get played. Recovering that Grass Energy at the very least. It's looking at, yeah, it's going for the Prime Catcher route here for sure. So we're just 1 prize card away after this. I guess you could, no, you could go for the Radiant Greninja, I guess. And then draw 1 less prize card so you don't get Iono'd. But that would allow Gustavo to bench a Duskull again and then have the threat of being able to utilize a Dusknoir. So that's the problem with that. If you go for the Radiant Greninja here as Andrei, then Gustavo can once again bench a Duskull and then get to use a Dusknoir this game. Yeah, so that goes after the Mew. I think that makes the most sense here. And I think you might as well bench this Ogerpon as well. I don't think having the extra Pokemon on your bench matters that much. Or I guess it could lead to your Ogerpon dying to... No, maybe this does matter to bench another Ogerpon. Because now your Ogerpon survives Palkia hits. And you kind of force Gustavo to have to use Ursaluna to KO the Ogerpons instead of Palkia. I see Boss in the hand. And an Ultra Ball. Ultra Ball can become that Pheasantipity. Or Mew. You could grab Mew EX right now, actually, from Andrei, which I wouldn't hate to see. Yeah, I wouldn't hate to see that. Just go ahead and grab that, throw that in play. I assume the Dragapult will be the attack of choice here. Because, yeah, you could even Ultra Ball in a way the Prime, or the Counter Catcher at this point, because the Counter Catcher is basically useless from Andrei. So I feel like Andrei should get rid of the Counter Catcher, get rid of, there's like another dead card in the hand as well, I believe. And then you have to KO the Duskull here. You can't give Gustavo a Duskull this turn. Or you don't want to give Gustavo access to Dusknoir, I don't think. But it looks like Andrei's okay giving the access to the Dusknoir. He's thinking about putting the damage on the Palkia to have Radzard as an option. Goes 1-3. What is the 1 on the Pheasantipity? What does that even do? Over to Gustavo now. Yeah, yeah, this also opens up this play to Gustavo, where Gustavo can leave the Radiant Greninja in the active for the turn. And now we're going to see the KO on the Radzard and the Drago to get 3 prize cards. And then ideally an Iono, but I don't know if Gustavo has an Iono in hand. Yeah, I really don't like this play at all from... I really don't like the play at all here from Andrei. Goes into the V-Star, the Greninja's loaded up. Here comes the Counter Catcher, and has the Iono as well. Or we've already seen the Counter Catcher, but here comes the Iono as well. It's going to thin out some cards here with the Vacuum on the Jamming Tower. Could bench a Froakie. And this allows, once again, this allows Gustavo to be able to use a Dusknoir still, possibly. Or to do this play, where we leave the Greninja in the active. And even though Greninja dies to Ogerpon here, that doesn't win Andrei the game. Also, Andrei could have gotten the Mew EX with that Ultra Ball, had that set up, had that option going into this turn, but didn't do that either. Here's the Fez draw from Gustavo. A lot of options for the next turn. Has another Iono to work with. A switch, some Nest Balls. Is maybe going to go for Candy Dusknoir right now. But doesn't seem necessary. Maybe just to burn the cards to play around an Iono from Andrei. There's the Dusknoir. Yeah, Candy Dusknoir, but we're not going to use it. I don't think, right? Yeah, we're never using it here. It doesn't make any sense. Knockout, 3 prize turn. Andrei can't win on this next turn, I don't think. I don't believe can win. So sitting for a 2. Has to, like... Did find Research off the Iono. So has this a reset here with that. Getting some Grass Energy to be able to attack with Ogerpon. Still has 2 Super Odds in the deck to try and refine Radzard or recover Radzard. So you can just go Ogerpon, knock out the active here. Oh, actually, how close is the Ogerpon to KOing the Palkia on the bench? We can maybe just win by going KO Palkia off the bench. There's the Excel draw. Is Super Odd. That's still pretty good, though. We can recover Charizard, Fire Energy, maybe a Grass Energy. He's eyeing up a bunch of Grass Energy. Probably just like checking everything, I assume. Touch Return. Super Rod. Gonna get Charizard Fire. Could get a Grass. Double Grass Charizard. We're always getting Charizard Fire, right? Are we not always getting Charizard Fire? Why are we just getting a bunch of Grass Energy? Am I missing something? Do we not want the threat of Charizard ever? I guess our Ogerpons can't be one-hit KO'd anymore, so maybe just a huge Ogerpon is just invincible. Maybe that... No, there's Ursaluna. The Ursaluna option is still on Gustavo's side. Gustavo can still Ursaluna one-hit KO this Ogerpon. Yeah, why are we not getting the option of Radzard here? I feel like Radzard option is big. Alright, here comes the research. We did find the second Super Rod. We need some basic Pokemon here, though. There's Fez. That's a good hit. There's an Ultra Ball as well. So we can find another Ogerpon. We can find Radzard. I guess we do still have... we're going to knock out the Greninja this turn, right? We're not going to not KO the Greninja. Because, once again, we don't want to give Gustavo access to Dusknoir. Giving Gustavo the possibility of Dusknoir doesn't seem correct here. So we have to KO this Greninja this turn. I mean, like I said though before, we should have KO'd that other thing last turn. We're just not playing anything out of the hand? Dude, Andrei could have set up so much more. Super Rod the Radzard back to the deck. Ultra Ball for Mew. Ultra Ball for the Radzard. Bench the Radzard. I don't know if we have an attachment for... we already attached for turn, I believe. But now Gustavo can just go Iono, Ursaluna, knockout. Yeah, Gustavo can just go Iono Ursaluna knockout. There's Ursaluna. No switch cards left here for Gustavo. Actually, Gustavo just loses, I think, to Andrei bossing up Dusknoir. I guess, wait, if Gustavo is out of switch cards, I guess that means Gustavo can't reset. No, we have Prime left, actually. I take it back. We do have Prime left. No Rod plus Nest for Zard. Yeah, and also Ultra Ball. We could have seen Andrei play Ultra Ball and get Mew. Mew should have been in play like 2 turns ago. And we could have had less bad cards in our deck as well. Yeah, these last 2 turns have been played super poorly from Andrei. Super, super poorly. Gustavo's maximizing draw power in play, recovering the Radiant Greninja. And then just going to go for the Iono. Not going to put the Pokestop in play. Not going to give that as an option over to Andrei, it looks like. There's the Iono. So yeah, at this point, with 9 minutes left, 8 minutes left, it's looking like it's either a dub for Gustavo or it's going to be a tie. Would a Mew EX give Gustavo the win? No, I don't believe so, would it? No. If we had benched it 2 turns ago? Alright, concealed cards. We need to find the Prime Catcher once again here for Gustavo. Gotta dig back to finding it. Alright, here comes the Ursaluna KO. There's a Pokestop and a Night Stretcher in hand. There's the Ultra Ball to reset the deck. Prime Catcher was on the bottom. There's like a 4-card deck left here for Gustavo. So Gustavo like has game in hand pretty much guaranteed next turn. All but guaranteed. There's the knockout with the Ursaluna. So Andrei has to win this turn, but needs to find Gust. Needs to recover Radzard, find Fire, and also Gust KO 1-prizer off the bench. I guess you also need to retreat on Gustavo's side. Gustavo does need to retreat on this next turn. There's a Pheasantipity for 3. Drew absolutely nothing. Oh, Ogerpon plus Grass. That's not going to be enough, though. I don't think that's ever enough. This is never going to be enough to find Radzard plus Boss. Looks like maybe Drew Iono there. No, Drew Research. Once again, not going to be enough. Has Iono and Research maybe in hand here. So it has options. I mean, theoretically, you should play Iono and then draw with Cleffa here as Andrei. Andrei doesn't know that. Well, actually, yeah, you should Iono plus draw with Cleffa here as Andrei. For sure. Goes for the Research. But this never, once again, this never leads to a win. Yeah, I don't like this play. It seems bad. There's no Iono. Was that not an Iono in the hand? Am I trolling? It looked like the blue Iono. Squawk. Oh, was it Squawk? Oh, okay, my bad. Some more thinning of the hand coming out here from Andrei. Should probably try and keep the Ogerpon. I think we have Grass in the deck. The Charizard's not in the deck, though, so we still can't find that. I mean, it just doesn't matter. It does not matter. Super Odd's in there. Here comes the Vessel. I think Andrei's just going to punch the Ursaluna and pray. Oh, did Gustavo show him? Oh, okay. There's a concede. Oh, did he just concede? There was still a win condition there. Maybe Gustavo showed him that he has game, but you can't really prove you have game because the Prime Catcher's in the deck there. He could have attacked with Mew. I mean, Mew doesn't KO Ursaluna, though. Yeah, so Gustavo threw turn 2, had game, didn't do it. Yeah, Gustavo threw turn 2, he literally had game and just didn't do it. And then over to Andrei. The last couple turns there from Andrei were really poor. Yeah, the last couple turns from Andrei were really, really poor. Definitely were some better plays to have that could have been made for sure. We see Gustavo get the dub with the Palkia Dusknoir. You appreciate the raid there. Triple B. Hope you had a good stream. Alright, chat, I'm gonna go get my my iPad real fast so I can like run ads and run predictions or whatever. So I'll be right back. Can you guys hear the background music at all on the stream? Not from them, but from me, my background music. No? Hold up. What about now? Very faintly. Oh, it's quieter than I thought. That's good. Is it too loud now, or should I turn it, is it, yeah, should I turn it down, or is it good? Good? Alright. I thought I had it loud enough before, but... Have a good one, Triple. Yo, what's up, Isaac? Alright, let me go grab my iPad real fast. The next round should be up in like 20, probably 20, 30 minutes. It takes a little while for rounds to turn around. That probably, the stream match might have been the last round actually, though. It's possible. It is possible that was the last round of the tournament. Can't wait to see you rock Festival at your next major. Gonna be so sick. Show the world what you cooked up. Yeah, I'm excited for it too. Have I seen the new SIR from the Terra Festival? Yeah, I saw them. The Art Saloon is pretty cool. But yeah, give me 1 second. I'll be back. All right. Oh, I forgot to mute the mic while I was gone. That's fine. Imagine shit breaking out them Nessie moves right now. That'd be pretty good. I'd like to see him do it. I think he should. We should go on Twitter and pressure him to Nessie on stream. What are my thoughts on D and B? I have no idea what that is. Are there any ad blockers that still work on Twitch? I don't think so. Twitch is like shut down or made it hard to use ad blockers on Twitch. So probably something. Drum and bass music. Oh, it's fine. Yeah, it's fine. What color sleeves should I use for my cup tomorrow? I mean, what are your options? Are you just picking them up at the store? You and Chip should start posting the Guess That Flavor Text segments as YouTube Shorts. Yeah, we have that. We've talked about that, Trainer Hill. We just need to get to doing it. We have talked about that though. You guys should do PokemonTCG Pocket flavor texts. There's nothing unique about Pocket flavor text, is there? Wait, do they even have flavor text on Pocket cards? I don't even know. I haven't even looked at it. I don't know, is there? Yeah, I don't know. I don't think there is. Now that you're mentioning it, I don't think there is. What time is it for me? It's like 5 a.m. I think. 5:30. They're just from the games, but they're in the bottom right of the card. And I'm gonna like open one up. I just want to see what it looks like because I've never even like looked out for it on Pocket. Let me see. New room. Yeah, I'm just using my girlfriend's room because she's sleeping. My stream setup is in our bedroom, so when I do these early streams, I just use her setup. Oh yeah, the flavor text is there on the card in the bottom corner. There's a plant seed on its back right from the day this Pokemon is born. The seed slowly grows larger. Any thoughts? Staring at the Swirlon's belly causes drowsiness. This trait of blank has been used in place of lullabies to get children to go to sleep. It's all the same flavor text as what's it called though? Like it's not anything new. They're not new flavor texts. I mean, they're the same Pokemon, so. But I guess they all come from the video game anyways, right? All the flavor text just comes from the video game. This is actually Azul's Brazil stream setup. He's also playing in LAIC, just streaming between rounds. Yeah, exactly. True. I need some of that sleep powder for my toddler recently. Gotta get a Poliwag, Poliwhirl. What is this? Just like favorite EX Pokemon bracket? You gotta get. Oh wait, no. What is this? Favorite deck? Gotta get Cloth that dub. Vote for Cloth. Yeah, you gotta get Cloth the dub here. Why do you think Palkia Dusknoir isn't heavily represented? I don't know. It's like what? Like I don't know what percent of the meta it is. Probably around like 6 or 7. I mean, that's like still a reasonable percentage of a meta. I mean, the deck is just like not that good. The deck's like fine. It's like a fine deck. What's the top one? Oh, I didn't even like. I actually didn't see myself either. Most underrated deck. Oh, is that what the bracket was? It probably goes to Lost Box, I guess. I don't remember what the rest of the options were. Yeah, it probably goes to Lost Box. Or I guess underrated. Lost Box probably isn't really underrated. Most underrated is maybe like Gouging Fire or Golden Go. NDA format just doesn't have the same excitement as an IC opening a new format. Yeah, definitely. It definitely is less exciting to end off a format with an IC than to start a new format. Definitely true. You want to talk about not represented? Hydrapple? Yeah, why are we not talking about Hydrapple here? That's what we should be talking about. Where's the Hydrapples at? So nothing. Oh, Terrapagos is up to 9%. I think my prediction was like 7 on Terrapagos. I thought Charizard was gonna be lower as well. I thought Charizard and Terrapagos would be lower. Terrapagos like 7, Charizard like 5. But I guess the percentages have to go somewhere. Lugia is still chilling at 10. I thought Lugia would be a little bit higher. Raging Ball at 15, no surprise. Consistently 15. And then Drago at the 9%, chilling. No Pult? No Pult. Pult's like pretty bad. I'm not surprised to see Pult off the top 6. We'll see if they show the best of the rest or whatever. The rest of the day 1 decks. They have 1805 player number. We can actually look at that on Limitless and see. Let's do. I'm gonna do a quick simulator here. See what happens. So we have 1805. 1805. Tie rate, let's just say, is 13. And then, let's see. They're gonna have how many rounds? 12. 8-4. 30 pointers. So it'll be clean cut at X2. It'll be clean X2 cut. Yeah, 8 rounds day 1, 4 rounds day 2. But yeah, it'll be clean cut at X and 2. Looks like pretty much guaranteed. Wonder why Pult is dead now. Well, at 1 Dorman, which was... I mean, the deck is just not... Pult's just not that good. Oh, and one of the big reasons that Pult got worse for Pult is all the bolts added like 4 Bravery Charm. So before every Raging Bolt had 4 Bravery Charm, that matchup was a lot easier for Dragapult. It was like 50-50, I think. But once they have 4 Bravery Charm, it becomes like unwinnable. Not unwinnable. It's pretty bad. It's not like completely unwinnable. It's pretty bad though. That's like a big reason why Pult took a big hit in the middle of the format. But even before that, the deck was like okay. The deck was very okay. But then every Raging Bolt, that is 15% of the meta, added 4 Bravery Charm. Hey, as a beginner who teaches chess, we often say the best way to learn is to play games and review them. I'm sure it's the same in Pokemon, but in chess you gotta mix in playtime with studying time. Do you feel like Pokemon is just play more games without much of the studying? I don't know. I don't think it's ever really been like... I've never really tested that too much. Like the idea of... yeah, I've never really tested that much, to be honest. The idea of like... testing games or whatever. Or of like watching VODs versus playing games and seeing like the difference of the outcome of like a player success. I think VOD reviewing is good, but I don't know like what the ratio should be or anything like that. I'm a chess amateur who started playing PTCG in live. Who started playing the PTCG live. Do Pokemon players go through replays? Not that much, no. Would you play Guardy knowing these meta breakdowns? Probably not, no. I don't know how Guardy's Terapagos matchup is, though. That'd be like a definitely one that's I'm a little bit hung up on. I'm not sure how good Guardy is against Terapagos. You should research the meta decks, no? Yeah, but that's like not hard. That kind of naturally happens as you play the game. Like there's not that much to research. Like if you just play the game a lot, you should just know all the meta decks and all their tech cards and all that stuff. That's not like a really big hurdle to go over. For the average player it is, but for like a top player it's not. For like competitive players, they just kind of know all that stuff. The thing about Pokemon as well, as far as VOD reviewing, like there's just less information to get out of VOD reviewing as well in Pokemon, because you can usually in the moment see the mistakes you made. There is still some value in VOD reviewing, but the better you get at the game, the more like playing a game, you're like live VOD reviewing it as you're playing it. I guess I would say is maybe a way to put it. There is value though for sure in VOD reviewing, but I don't think on the same level that there is in chess. What's your process for prize checking in person? I don't know. I probably should make a good video on it or something like that because I get asked the question all the time. Drago only 9% is surprising. I mean, it's been that way pretty consistently for the last like 3 or 4 majors, like around that percentage. If I was running Turtles this weekend, whose list should I take a look at for our starting point? Giovanni's and Tor's, I guess. Like with chess, the game is broken down into 3 key phases, and you mix that in with theory. I spent night just practicing deck checking, and it went from like 3 minutes to 2 minutes for me. More time would get it lower. It's definitely worth like practicing prize checking with like the specific deck you're gonna bring to a tournament. What's the best way to get next level into PTCG? Play games, maybe VOD review some games. Yeah, I think it's hard for me to like know how much value you can get from VOD reviewing to be honest, because there definitely is some value. But I think definitely as the better you get at the game, the more it falls off. And VOD reviewing isn't ever something I did like as I progressed in the game, so I just don't know how valuable it is overall at certain stages of or certain levels of play. There's always value in it at every level of play, but I don't know to like what extent. Like, should 50% of your time be committed to the PokemonTCG be VOD reviewing? Probably not, but I don't know what percentage. Like 50% is a lot. Yeah, probably not 50%, but I don't know how much. Pokemon to me seems like more of a debate. Like, Pokemon may not have an objective best move because luck is obviously involved. No, Pokemon does have an objective best play. There's an objective best play in Pokemon in every single situation of every single game. Even despite luck being involved. Ever tried playing other TCGs other than Pokemon? I've played like a little bit of Hearthstone, but like not much. Like I know how to play all the other games, or to some extent. As a former MTG Arena Fiend, which god should I make blood sacrifices to in order to draw better starting hands? You get the same starting hands as everyone else. It's what you choose to do with the starting hands that makes the difference. Is Surging Sparks cards in the format for this event? No. Wonder when players will realize it's simple as such best way to improve is just to play more. Well, that's the simplest way for sure. That's always like an easy answer. The best way though, I don't know. There probably like is some percentage of time you'd want to put towards VOD reviewing that would get more gains than just playing another couple games, right? So, yeah. Like, what percentage is worth it? I don't know. Finding that out would be like the question, but if we're trying to, the best way to improve, there definitely is like a mix of other things besides just playing games for sure. It's so lame that Surging Sparks isn't legal for this. Definitely agree. Is there a strongest deck right now? Lugia is probably the strongest overall deck, but it's not by much. Bulbasaur will probably be the number one deck, though. Maybe. I'm not sure if it would be, to be honest. I'm not sure if it would actually be the number one deck in Surging Sparks format. Because Lost Box of Pikachu seems really, really good against Raging Bolts. That might bring it down quite a bit. Maybe not for like the first event, but a couple events in. For VOD reviewing to be worth it, you would also need to be able to catch your mistakes. If you're still new / learning, you might be wasting your time if you don't know the best play. I don't know. You get like such a different perspective when you go back and VOD review. I think it would help like anyone, to be honest. Like you understand, if you just understand, I guess like you need to understand some fundamental things about the Pokemon TCG. Like there is a best play in every single situation, and the first play you see in the moment doesn't mean it's always the correct play. Or even if you stop and think about multiple plays in the moment, it doesn't mean you come to the conclusion of the correct play. If you like understand all those little things, then I think it's like not too hard to like get a decent amount of value out of VOD reviewing for sure. Especially if you're like an average player in terms of skill level. The better you get at the game, the harder it is to see mistakes, right? Or it's harder to see mistakes because it was harder to make the mistake to begin with. Would I rather play Lugia or Bolt? If I had to pick between those two, probably Lugia. Do you think Ceruledge takes the spot as best beginner deck, or is it just more complex than Bolt? I don't know. It's probably close. It's good enough. I think a big oversight with play more game statement is make sure they are somewhat quality of game / opponents playing bad against bad players or not as good players can hinder your growth. I mean a little bit, but most people don't have access to like some higher level players to play against. So just like grinding on PTCG Live Ladder and like maybe some online tournaments is like fine. I wouldn't overthink that too much. I mean you're not wrong, but the biggest thing you have control over is making sure you're playing well and not like super burnt out or something like that. So that'd be like the biggest thing for sure. That would be the biggest thing, is making sure you are trying to get the highest quality of game possible on your side. You can't really do anything about your opponent, but whatever they play is whatever they're playing. Or however they play is however they play, but that's fine. How big is the jump between seniors and masters, if any? At the top level, it's not that big, but yeah, at the highest level of play, it's not that big of a jump between the best seniors and the best masters. Well, maybe the best there's a jump, but like Between the best seniors and then like really good masters players, there's not that big of a jump. But like overall, on average, it's a big jump. Yeah, on average, it's a big jump. Between just like the highest level, it's not as big. Can't wait to get the new quality of practice games over quantity. Also, yeah, for sure. To some extent, yeah. To some extent. I played some Lost Box Pikachu, but Pult seems like a very bad matchup. Is it like that, or is it my skill issue? I don't know. I've never played the matchup. Seems like a bad matchup. I'm sure you've been asked 1,000 times, but for the 1,000th time, did you pass on LAIC? No, I'm actually... oh, why did you pass on LAIC? I thought you asked, did I pass on LAIC? I was like, no, I'm actually there right now. Why did I pass on LAIC? Because I didn't want to play at LAIC. Charizard isn't great for beginners. I typically lend. Paul is rough for Pika, definitely. Yeah, Paul seems rough for Peak. Seems tough. Dude, you had the sarcasm ready. Well, I thought they asked, did I pass? And I was about to be like, nah, I'm actually there right now. But, why did I pass? Yeah, because I didn't want to play there. I'd rather be here where I am right now. Do you see a trend that in future senior gap and overall experience will shrink compared to masters? Yeah, probably. The level of players and seniors is going to be elevated, and there's only so far you can go, like in the game's ceiling in general. But there'll always be like some gap between the best masters players and the best seniors players. As well, since you didn't pass on LAC, what deck are you playing today? United Wings. If you had to play today, what deck would you run? United Wings. Do you think Hydreigon has any chance inserting Shark's meta? Yeah, for sure. Alright, have a good one, Yek. There's a 0 plus Archlodon deck. Is it good? Area 0 plus Archlodon deck. Is it good? Doesn't sound very good. I mean, I don't know. I haven't seen it. I would generally like to see what kind of run you could do with United Wings at an event like this. I mean, I probably want to go very far, to be honest. It's just pretty bad. United Wings seems really bad right now. I think Wugtrio Mill is the correct play for Wugtrio Mill is the correct play for LAIMO. Oh, we got the champ on screen. On stream. Terapagos versus Charizard. I'm actually honestly not 100%. I think Charizard is favored. Run the prediction. Okay, yeah, I will. And also run the ad so it doesn't pop up in the middle of the gameplay. Alright, run ad. And then... how do I get to... Stream Manager? Predictions are in here somewhere. Start prediction. Who will win? Player on the left, player on the right, or a tie. I'll give y'all... I'll do 5 minutes. Well, no, I'll do 2 minutes. Well, I'll do 5 minutes. I should have started it sooner, but I'll do 5 minutes, sure, whatever. Alright, predictions up. Clock's trying to put some Bulu bucks on the line. I guess a big part of this is going to be Bouffalance, right? Bouffalance is our big deal in this matchup for sure. Because that'll slow things down. Looking into Japan's current meta, there's no difference from LAIC meta. How you see the meta shaping in the West from the current testing you've done until now? I don't know, Lawson seems pretty good. Archaludon seems pretty good. Archaludon Dialga seems pretty good, specifically. Yeah, it's just really hard to get the meta to move, man. The meta is so major tournament results oriented. It's just so hard for the meta to move. It's actually kind of crazy. The more I've kind of like talked about it recently and kind of like brought it up, like the meta is the meta is so major tournament results oriented. Like it's actually kind of crazy. Even like the results from city leagues in Japan, like it's like I don't know, I feel like there's a lot more good stuff in the meta that should be more popular, but it's just so hard for the community to want to like pick up a new deck and play a new deck, which is like fine. You can't really force anyone to play a new deck. It's not that big of a deal that they don't play a new deck, but yeah, it takes a while. It takes a while for things to shift. So I think it is just Charizard, Pidgeot, Dusknoir. Nothing super crazy. Is eyeing up the Rotom here, but you could go for, if the 4 Seal Stones in the deck, you have Luminion in hand, and maybe, could you just get a Pidgey off of this Nest Ball? You could maybe just get Pidgey off the Nest Ball. I don't know if that's a Pidgeot in the hand or not. If it is a Pidgeot in the hand, I think you could just get a Pidgey here, and then you have Candy Pidgeot, Candy Charizard next turn. But that would be all you have, I guess. You wouldn't even have a backup. But I think that'd be fine, though, because like you can play towards like a Thornton play after that if you need to. Yeah, there's the Pidgey grab. As long as 4 Seal Stone's in the deck, that's the big question. If 4 Seal Stone is there, I do see it. Do you think Rhino's just better with Area 0? It's so difficult to manage space when Latias is still super useful and when Magneton is being used in like half your games. I think you either run Secret Box and 2 Area Zeros or Prime Catcher with 4 Area Zero. I think if you run Prime Catcher, you just don't play Area Zero. I think it's incorrect to play Area Zero if you play Prime Catcher. I mean, I think the Area Zero build feels pretty good, but I haven't really played the non-Area Zero build recently, so. Alright, so there it is, the Pidgey Pass. There could be an interesting play here from Fernando. If Fernando plays Jet Energy, you could donk this Charmander here. I doubt Fernando plays the Jet. It is possible. I'm gonna go ahead and say it's probably not there. Wait, why no Area Zero of Prime Catcher? I just don't think it's worth playing unless you can find it immediately with Secret Box. There's a Poffin in hand as well. In the well. So pretty good hand here for initial setup, it looks like. I can't tell if there's a Terapagos in the hand or not, though, for Fernando. A couple Hoots and a Noctowl, and we're going back in with the Buddy Poffin. Definitely a Noctowl in hand, obviously, but I don't know if there's anything else. I assume we're going to want to get a Duskull here as well. So we'll probably get at least one Duskull off the Poffin. We do have the Pidgey. And then here comes the Poffin. Probably for Hoot Duskull. The thing about this situation right here is if we fill our bench as... If we fill our bench here as Fernando, we're not bench locking ourselves because we could pop Dusknoir. But it looks like actually Fernando is just going to not bench lock here. Could have put down another Hoot or put down another Duskull. And we would have bench locked ourselves out of Terapagos, which means we won't get access to Noctowl, which means Ryan could just like have a slow turn and like choose to pass. So keeps the bench space open. Now we go over to Ryan, and I think Ryan does have, like I said, I think we do see Candy Pidgeot, Candy Charizard here. But the Duskull's on the bench, ready to become a Dusknoir, ready to effectively one-hit KO this Charizard on this next turn possibly. And the rest of the hand here from Ryan is like nothing. The whole turn is just going to be Candy Pidgeot, Candy Dusknoir. There's literally nothing else that Ryan is actually going to do this turn. There's the Arvin. Candy 4 Sealstone. Oh, 4 Sealstone Poffin. Ooh, we could play it slower, I guess. You could just go Candy Pidgeot and then Poffin for some Charmanders and chill. That could be the play here instead here from Ryan. I don't hate that. The Candy Charizard is cool. It's cool to like get off that first punch, but then a Terapagos could just come up and punch you. You can't really KO it back. So maybe you do just take it slower here, actually. Just get your quick search established, and then go for the Poff and just set a bunch of Charmanders. Yeah, this probably does make more sense here from Ryan. That's what we're going to see. I don't even know what you get off the quick search, to be honest. I'm not even sure. Maybe it's like another piece for next turn, I guess. I don't even know what the piece is, though. Charizard? Chilling with Charizard in hand? There we go. Force Poffin. Force the Lum. And immediately uses it. Gets the bird. Candy at the bird. And then quick search for... I don't even know what we're quick searching for. I already said that. I still don't know. If there is, what someone in the chat said, I think Nucci prize 1 Manor. If so, he is on 3. I feel like then you gotta get, like you have to get like Mander Duskull here, and you have to retreat into Duskull, right? You can't leave. You can't go Mander. I guess you could set up for Thornton though. You could quick search for Thornton and leave 2 Manders in play. That wouldn't be terrible, to be honest. You could quick search for Thornton here, and then just because you don't really want to put Rotom in play at this point. I don't think you want to avoid liabilities. Would be, I would guess. What do we get off the Poffin? Oh, we have Cleffa. Okay, we play Cleffa. So we're just going to run to Cleffa here for turn. That seems pretty good. I just kind of assumed there was no Cleffa, but... Because most people haven't been playing Cleffa, I feel like, recently. And then what should the quick search grab, I guess, is the question. There's nothing like... Yeah, there's nothing huge to keep... I mean, setting up like another... Is he just going to go for a rare candy, it looks like. We could see both... I wonder if we should have seen a Thornton get grabbed there still. I mean, the candy, I guess, combos towards the Thornton anyway, so it's not that big of a deal, I guess. I guess this still works. Yeah, this is fine. Retreat to Cleffa, draw some with Cleffa, chillin'. Get like 3 cards here. It looks, oh, just 2. That's still fine, though. Ooh, has the Defiance Band, might throw it into play. Are you scared of losing that? The vacuum would be like the thing that you wouldn't want to have happen. Turtle and Ultra Ball were found. So both Charmanders can be KO'd this turn. There's the Nest Ball immediately from Fernando. Has the Terrapagos out. And like I said, we could see Candy Dusknoir plus Balser Prime KO both Charmanders here. That is quite a big turn from Fernando. I think it is reasonably unlikely. It gets interesting from here, though. How is this? I guess we could see Fernando just knock out the Cleffa with the Fan Rotom this turn. But then you still have like the Terrapagos on the bench that Ryan can KO with Defiance plus Counter Catcher. Oh, it's definitely interesting. There's the candy. Here comes the Pidgeot. Yeah, this has always seemed like a bad matchup to me, but I've never really seen it play out, to be honest. Like fully in like a tournament setting like this. So I'm interested to see how this does end up going. Prime is prized also. Oh, okay. Prime's prized. So is it just going to be Fan Rotom knock out the Cleffa? It might just be Fan Rotom KO Cleffa here. Is going for switch off this Noctowl, though, so that suggests that we're actually going to... I guess you could attack with Pidgeot here as well, right? You could just attack with Pidgeot. And then Pidgeot can't die, or is a lot harder to die. Bad matchup for which side? For Terrapagos. Bad matchup for Terrapagos. Charizard's just too big. There's the switch. Of course, we'll push up the Pidgeot here right now before we play the Iono. But I wonder if we're actually going to attack with the Pidgeot, depending on what we draw. I guess if we draw Stadium Double Turbo, we would maybe take the knockout with the Fan Rotom. But we could just attack with Pidgeot. Pidgeot can't die next turn. There's no Duskull on the bench. So Ryan would need an absurd turn of like Thornton. Well, we put the Stadium in play, so I think we're attacking with Fan Rotom here. That would be my guess. If we're putting Stadium in play, I assume Fan Rotom's attacking here. Yeah, for Ryan to KO Pidgeot here, you need like an absurd turn of like get Duskull in the discard pile, Thornton Duskull into play, Candy Dust or Candy Charizard. But even then, I guess just Charizard punch Pidgeot means a Candy Dusknoir later on would KO it. Does he play Buffalon? It doesn't seem like it. Yeah, it doesn't seem like Buffalon. So I assume because we put the stadium in play, unless we really just wanted to create bench space for more Pokemon, I guess that's also fair. Okay, maybe that is the reason, more so than anything. So now the question is, what do we attack with? And it is going to be the Pidgeot attack. Oh. It is going to be the Fan Rotom attack. It's going to be okay, we're committed to the Fan Rotom. Now, Fan Rotom does die, but we don't, like, lose our Pidgeot to a Dusknoir later. So I don't hate this choice here from Fernando. All right, over to Ryan. I imagine Ryan has at least Candy Charizard. The question just is, what else does Ryan have this turn? I see the Canceling Cologne in the hand here from Ryan. So playing the outs to literally pretty much every single matchup. Does Ryan play Dusk? Ryan does play Dusk, yeah. Yeah, playing the outs to pretty much every single matchup with the Canceling Cologne in there. Yeah, you can kind of just beat everything. You can kind of just beat everything. No bad matchups. Or, yeah, it lets you just beat basically everything. You do still have some, well, I don't know, Charizard, bad matchups are like Drago. It's like an unfavorable matchup. Charizard doesn't have any really terrible matchups. It's got a decent amount of like 40-60s though. Too many 40-60s. Okay, the Fez draw. Putting Fez down doesn't feel great. We didn't even have to put Fez down either, right? Didn't feel necessary. Caleb and Grant are there, yeah. Defiance Candy being searched out off the Arvin. Do you know what A-Spec Ryan has? It looks like Unfair Stamp. Quick search for Charizard, I guess. But we don't have Counter Catcher, so it would be counting the active here, which is pretty mid. You could Pheasantipity snipe the Hoot Hoot off the bench, which is kind of cool, but probably not correct unless you're like bumping the stadium as well. Opinions on Max Belt? Pretty mid. Yeah, Max Belt's not great. I assume you mean in Charizard. Alright, we're cooking over here. What is the question here? Do we attack with Pidgeot here from Ryan? Never, right? Do we just like put the question is do we put an energy on the Charmander? Which we probably shouldn't, I feel like. To the Pidgey. Do we want Pidgeot as a threat moving forward? Maybe. Opts to not. It seemed okay. It didn't seem terrible. It would allow you to, like, next turn, if your Charizard does get dealt with, you know, like Iono, Counter Catcher, Pidgeot K, like a Duskull or something. Going back in with a Nest Ball. What is even worth grabbing here? Oh, just gonna set up the Radzard? Oh, maybe we should put the energy on the Radzard then. It depends how many energy are left, I guess. But we maybe should have put the energy on the Radzard there. You'll appreciate the 48 months there, Villa. Oh yeah, we have our own bench. We can go wide as well. Duskull comes down from Ryan. They go for the bench correcting. And then, yeah, there's the KO. Oh, there it is. Extra bench. They're showing it. Wait, have they showed that before? Or is that new? Is the extra bench new? I feel like that's new. I feel like I would have noticed that before. Fill bench bump seems good. Yeah, filling the bench plus bumpy doesn't seem terrible. Have you decided what you'll play for Sacramento? Yeah, I'm going to play United Wings. Alright, Fez comes down immediately from Fernando. The draw there seemed pretty big. Oh, man. Yeah, the draw there seemed pretty mid from Fernando. I need to get a... I need to get some breakfast and an energy drink. It's fueling time. So I don't fall asleep. I'm not that tired. This is the first time that they've used the new layout with Area Zero, no? Well, they had it at... No, they had it at Louisville, right? They had it at Louisville. They haven't used it at any of the European regionals, but they had it at Louisville. So no second Terrapagos was benched here from Fernando. So if... I'm curious to see how Fernando plays this here from here, to be honest. If the Terrapagos is KO'd by Ryan next turn, then you also have to like lose your bench as well. You also lose bench. Goes into the Noctowl. What is going to be the grab? Boss. Okay. What? Why do we get rid of Palpad? I feel like if we're going to get Boss here, we should have Palpaded the Boss back to the deck, right? No? Yes? It feels like we should have. Are we just going to Boss KO? Yeah, I feel like, how do we not end up with... That's interesting. How do we not end up with... How do we end up Ultra Balling away our Palpad if we're playing Boss this turn? I feel like we'd want to Palpad the Boss back to the deck almost certainly. It feels like Fernando might be going for just Boss KO Pheasantipity here. Just ignore the Charizard for now, which seems fine. I think it seems fine. Yeah, there's the Boss on the dip. Take that 2 prizes. Not going to have Candy Dusknoir to respond to Ryan's Dusknoir. Just going to leave the bench wide. But yeah, not Palpading back the Boss there is weird. We'll see how it goes. Did get the Prime Catcher off the prize cards, though. That's a big deal. Finding the Prime is a big deal here. Now we go over to Ryan. So this is where Stadium Bump plus Unfair Stamp or something. Or actually, you don't have to really Stadium Bump because when you knock out the active, the Stadium effectively gets bumped. But let's see what Ryan goes for here. Has a lot of liabilities on the bench, the Luminion, the Duskull, but does play the Collapse Stadium. Lines up the Unfair Stamp off the Arven immediately. And then we could see a bench of another 1 prizer from the hand, but I'm trying to think of like how Ryan can clean up this bench. The Luminion being on the bench is just really bad. Like theoretically you could... No, I don't even know, to be honest. I guess you could go Candy Charizard, pop Dusknoir, bench Duskull. Oh no, Collapse gets rid of your own Luminion here, actually. So you can just Collapse away your own Luminion. Candy Dusknoir, Candy Charizard, ideally, I think. Wait, did we quick search before we played the Unfair there as Ryan? Alright, all the owls are cleaned up. Has Defiance Band. Has Counter Catcher as well. So can't you KO the Pidgeot here? We have the KO on the Pidgeot. Counter Catcher plus Defiance Band. Get rid of the Quick Search. There'd be an argument to maybe get rid of the the Hoot Hoot instead, but it being worth 1 less prize card, it makes it kind of tough to want to go down that route, to be honest. Yeah, and there's the stamp. Okay, so pretty big swing turn here from Ryan. And like I said, if Ryan can find Candy Dusknoir, Candy Charizard at some point, honestly, Candy Dusknoir right now to Candy Dusknoir to take away the Hoot Hoot here seems pretty good from Ryan. You would put yourself in Briar range this turn, but I have to imagine that doesn't really matter for the current board state, because then, yeah, I'd have to imagine you'd be probably fine with that overall to take away the Noctowl option. We'll see if the play is drawn. There's Ultra Ball. Nope, not drawn. I mean, I think Quick Search got used, right? Am I tripping? Maybe it didn't. There's Dusclops. Wait, why did we go for the Dusclops here? Did Ryan think Dusclops KO'd Hoot Hoot or something? Alright, there's the retreat into the Charizard. Attached to the Radzard seems fine. Last card in hand is just an Iono. He just played Dusk, right? Oh, did he just bench the Duskull this turn? Keeps the energy. Takes the knockout. Well, I assume he didn't play the Duskull. Maybe that's what he was asking, because it looked like he hesitated after he took the Dusclops. Alright, into the Fez here from Fernando. There's Briar. There's Ultra Ball. There's Owl. Oh, is that game? I think that's game. You go Candy, Dusknoir. Yeah, that should be game here for Fernando, I feel like. We have Briar in hand. You go Candy, Dusknoir, KO the Duskull. Wait, I'm not tripping, right? That is game. Prime Catcher. He still needs to fill the bench? No, because you can go Briar, KO Charmander, right? He has Dusknoir prized. Oh, does he only play one Dusknoir? If he only plays one Dusknoir, then I guess it's not possible, right? If he only plays one Dusknoir and it's not in the deck, I don't see it. Yeah, I think you might be right. So I guess Punch Active is just the play here from Fernando. Well, I would say that, but we have to go with Prime now because we didn't push up our Terapagos. But maybe we were playing for... Yeah, I'm not sure there, actually. But yeah, if there is Dusknoir in the deck, I think that was game there from Fernando. If there was a Dusknoir in the deck. But if it is prize, then yeah, obviously it's not going to work. There's your area 0. If you punch, you lose. That is true. If you do punch, you do lose. But how do you win then? You have to punch, right? Oh, well, no. Fernando could KO the Dusclops, right? No, but then you also lose to Briar on Ryan's side. Yeah, if you don't punch, you also lose. Yeah, there's like no good win condition here from Fernando. It's a lose-lose situation. So I feel like you probably go KO the Dusclops of Ryan and hope that Ryan doesn't play Briar or doesn't have Briar. Actually, we haven't seen the Briar from Ryan. I guess I don't... Do we know if Briar has Ryan? Or Ryan has Briar, excuse me. Goes for the Charmander. Well, now Ryan just wins with Dusknoir. Yeah, Ryan literally just wins if he has Dusknoir. I guess maybe you're hoping Dusknoir's prized here, though. I guess that can be your play here. No, but then you lose to Briar now. Now you lose to Briar as Fernando. Fernando loses to Briar here. It's just a concede. That's it. He backs it up. All right. Yeah, Dusknoir was prized there for Fernando. Otherwise had game on that turn, which would have been a pretty crazy dub there from Fernando on that last turn there off the unfair stamp, the Pheasantipity draw. There was a Dusknoir in Fernando's deck. Was there actually? There was a Dusknoir in deck? Oh, there was? He had a Nor in the deck? Oh, so he just didn't see the play? He had the play then, right? Because then he could have gone... He had Ultra Ball. What do you have in hand? He had Ultra Ball. Could have got Candy off the Owl. Had Briar in hand. Needed just Prime. Yeah, he had game. He had game. He had Candy, Dusknoir, KO Dusclops, Prime Catcher, Briar, KO Charmander for 2. Yeah, literally had game there from Fernando. He didn't have enough to do damage. No, he did. He would have had 2 bench Pokemon plus a Night Stretcher for a 3rd, which is enough to KO Charmander. He had everything. Maybe it's a Dusclops. If it's a Dusclops, then yeah. The question is, yeah, does Fernando play 2 Dusknoir or is it 1 Dusknoir? Alright. So I believe Fernando went first here, but did not have a ridiculously good start. No fan wrote him. I think I see an Iono in the hand. And second Pidgey, it looks like. Immediately into the Force Seal Stone from Ryan to go for a Poffin. Get the Pidgey, get a Charmander. And then it might just be a Cleffa draw for a couple here after that. Actually, Rotom might draw more than Cleffa here. Is even thinking about double Mander to play around like a possible Candy Dusknoir. So that means there's not that much. Ryan does not have that much left in the hand there to try and make anything else happen. Goes for double Mander. You think Charizard should go first or second? Blind? Maybe second blind right now. I'm not sure. In this matchup, you want to go first, but. Yep, there's the Rotom draw for 3, and then over to Fernando. There's a Buddy Poffin top deck, and I believe, like I said, I think it does have an Iono in hand, so we can fill the bench here a little bit. And then we'll be able to play the Iono, and then I think we definitely want to get a KO this turn from Fernando if possible. Definitely what we're trying to do. The Hoots are in. Triple Noctowl. Allegedly, Tord was scared of Azul showing up with his United Wings deck last minute. Yeah. Oh, we have Candy Dusknoir here. Go ahead and KO's a Charmander before the Iono. So it will be one less card for both players after the Iono. Bench a second Pidgey, and then there's the Iono. Only 5 cards for Ryan, but also only 5 cards for Fernando. I see Pidgey, I see Terrapagos, but I think that's it. So close to the Candy Pidgeot, but not quite. It's going to have to be a Gust for 0. Oh, I was thinking about using the Prime Catcher. Is that really worth it here? It was actually close to being able to KO the other Charmander in play. Yeah, just the pass. Over to Ryan. Ryan does not have that much to work with here. Into the Arvin. Has a Poffin in hand. I don't think we can get Candy Charizard here, although I think that's probably what you'd go for if you could. He's immediately eyeing up an Ultra Ball. Not sure where the tool cards are at. There's only 2 tool cards in this build, I believe. Defiance Band and that Force Seal Stone. Could thin out the hand a little bit, I guess. And then draw. Oh, wait. We're lining up the energy. Is there a candy in the hand? There might be a candy in the hand, actually. Why do you not Iono before? Because you just want to give your opponent less. You're more concerned with your opponent having less than you having more, is like the choice that was made there. That was like the thing to decide there was what do I want? Do I want my opponent to have less or me? What do you value having? You value you having more, you and your opponent having more, and you and your opponent having less. This might be annoying, but Fernando put 6 down to draw from Iono. He put 1 card back. It was technically the wrong card. It doesn't matter. you were drawing from a stack that was random, so it doesn't matter what card. It truly doesn't matter what card Fernando gets. Technically, he should draw one card over the other, and if he gets like a warning for that, it's like fine. We'll go back and review it after the match, and we can talk about it then. But it's like not a big deal. Yeah, like technically, is he playing without sleeves? No, they're just yellow sleeves. There's a prime on the Rotom. Is it just a stall here though? Pushes up the Terapagos. Here comes Buddy Poffin. Probably get a Duskull, but it is going to be a pass after that. And Ryan's hand actually doesn't have a way to just retreat it. Ryan does have to play Iono if he wants to move this Rotom this turn, unless there's a good top deck here. How many prize cards? Fernando's drawn 1 prize card. So Ryan currently doesn't KO Terapagos either. Maybe, do you ever just play Super Rod and then Rotom for 3 and just not play Iono though? You could do that. Super Rod back Fire Charmander. Oh, maybe not even get the Charmander. You don't need it. I don't hate that. And then you could just Rotom for 3, I guess. I also don't hate that. I don't hate just Rotoming for 3. You know Fernando's living off the top deck. Now, Fernando does have a decent amount of top decks. But it might be okay to just kind of leave him there, living on the top deck. And then save the Iono for... If he does top deck and KO your Rotom, then you can Iono him down to 3. And then knock out the Terapagos. Yeah, I think chilling here is almost better from Ryan. Just draw 3 with Rotom. I like that more. Asking how many cards are in the hand. And then, yeah, just to draw 3 with Rotom. I like this. 3. Did get a fire, so did draw the out. Top deck is a nest ball for Fernando. It is just draw pass. All right, over to Ryan. Top deck's another fire. So we have the attach retreat. And it's just going to be a punch with Charizard. It doesn't quite KO the Terapagos, but it does set up for a potential Dusclops, I guess, on the next turn to get the cleanup here. Or it could just 2-KO with the Charizard if, once again, Fernando just goes draw pass. We'll see what Fernando has here. Draw Terapagos, so this is going to be another draw pass situation. The potential of Iono for a comeback is possible from Fernando still. I think if you're Ryan here, you'd really like to have a Pidgeot set up, but we have a rare candy in hand with 2 Ionos, so it's not happening, obviously. It's going to pop the Dusclops on the active. This could lead to a prize card that leads to the Candy Pidgeot, though. It's a Night Stretcher and a Defiance Band. I mean, Night Stretcher for Duskull is, like, okay. I don't know what else is in the discard pile. If there is, like, a Charizard in there, going Candy second Charizard does seem decent. Is it a Charizard? Is he just going to go for the Duskull here? Okay. Attaches the bench Charmander. Could hold that. You could end up in the same situation where Fernando just goes Gust or Rotom pass. I kind of feel like holding the energy is better here. I like that from Ryan. Hold the energy. Burns the Defiance Band, which seems fine. There's a go knockout on the Hoot Hoot. And then Fernando just concedes? Wait, am I trolling? Or couldn't Fernando have still won? Fernando technically should have promoted... Oh, no, I guess maybe there wasn't an out to win. Was Ryan actually going down to 1 prize card there? Oh, yeah, Ryan is going down to 1 prize card there. For some reason, I thought Ryan still had 2 prize cards, so I thought there was actually a possibility to win. But with Fernando having drawn 2 prize cards, no matter what, Ryan wins on the next turn. Well, I guess that's not true, actually. Fernando could have gotten Iono. No, actually, Fernando, there was a win condition for Fernando. Fernando could have gotten Iono, Candy Pidgeot, Iono, Candy Pidgeot, and then KO with Terapagos, like for a 2-hit KO there. Pidgeot into Terapagos. Wait, is that even enough damage? 100? That's not even enough damage. He also has to play Vitality Band, which I don't think he plays Vitality Band. But if he also plays Vitality Band, good to go. All right. I feel like we have to do this every stream, and I'm fine to do it every stream. But we are going to get a little bit more harsh with the timeouts. How do I time someone out for like a long time? Let me see how I do this. But remember, we're never judging the person We're just talking about the play. Fernando did make some mistakes in game 1, possibly. Dude, how are you supposed to do this? But yeah, you all need to chill. But it's okay. I have the solution. 24-hour timeout into... Dude, I can't 24-hour timeout with this setup, though, for some reason. It's not giving me the option. How do I extend a timeout? Let me see what I can do here. Is there a mod in the chat? You got it, Lock? Yeah, timeout for 24 hours. Give him 24 hours. Yeah, whatever. We're not judging the players. We're judging the gameplay. What the person? I'll just make an example of them as well. What did they say in chat? They said, "How did this person ever win Worlds?" Bro, who cares? Like, that's just such a... It's just being toxic for no reason. It's not a big deal. All right. Yeah, but I have to set the standard. I feel like every time we do like a watch party, just like make it clear. I mean, unless you want to get timed out for 24 hours, you know, whatever you want to do. But yeah, to make it clear, if you guys are going to attack the players in the game, you will just be timed out for 24 hours. And if you come back and never do it again, you're just going to be banned. There's just no reason to... It's okay to, like, call out Fernando for misplaying. And we can even, like, joke about it or laugh about it. But it's like, we're never going after the person. It's like the plays they choose to make. Yeah, we can bring up this point right here. Just to kind of go through it real fast before someone makes it a bigger deal than it is. Can I comment on if I think I could take a player in a fist fight? If you really want to, I guess. Where was this? Where did this happen? Alright, there's the Dust on prop. Yeah, like right here, someone brought this up in chat. Fernando uses Iono and then is going to draw cards and immediately goes to draw 6 cards, but then realize, oh wait, I only have 5 prize cards. I only draw 5. So we go 3, 3. 1, 2, 3. Wait a second. No, maybe that. 1, 2, 3. Oh yeah. So technically, right here, the card that Fernando ends up keeping is not the card that Fernando should keep. Like, this top card should not go back to the deck. It should be the third card from the top should go back to the deck. But we know that Fernando's deck, the whole stack of the deck is random, and we're supposed to be drawing random cards, so it doesn't actually matter. Now, if he got a warning for this, it would probably be fine. Like, if Fernando got a warning for this, that's probably fine to get a warning for this. And technically, you could cheat by doing this play that Fernando's doing. Like, you could theoretically cheat, but, like, this obviously isn't, like, a malicious scenario from Fernando. Like, he's not being malicious here. Just made the mistake. He's playing on Iono on turn 2 of the game. Usually you draw 6, so he's just going to draw 6 instinctively, and then catches himself and goes to only take 5, and just takes the top card off, which shouldn't be the card that goes back to the deck, but it really doesn't matter, because it's all random. All the cards, like the whole deck is random. So you could theoretically, you could take 5 decks from the middle of the deck, or except for the cards that are on the bottom. If you just ignore the bottom cards of the deck, that you put on the bottom with Iono, theoretically you could take 5 cards from anywhere in the deck, and that's sufficient, because the whole deck is sufficiently random. So you technically don't have to draw the top 5 cards of the deck. It's just you're supposed to. Like, that's how you play the game. So it'll be, like, fine if you got a warning here. But yeah, it's not, like, a big deal. He didn't cheat or anything like that. I was gonna say he didn't make a mistake. He did make a mistake, but he's not, like, cheating or anything. He also top decks the next card also. Oh yeah, we could even go a step further and he top decks the next card as well. But I just want to call it out before someone makes it into a bigger deal than it actually is. Yeah, he is also top decking the next card. Oh, but I guess it is. Oh, but that does matter because it is still his turn, right? He's not getting Iono, he's playing the Iono. So it would make a bigger deal to know what that card is, I guess, but yeah, it doesn't actually matter. What I want to know about this, obviously there's no intention behind his action, but the card that should have gone back was Prime, and that could enable a knock on the second Charmander, which with correct play wouldn't happen, and this is a big difference in a game where he doesn't dead draw. But that's just being anecdotal, D-Wit, because you're just saying that based on the fact that he drew the Prime. What if he drew a worse card? What if he did it correctly and drew a... Am I being correct with that when I'm saying you're being anecdotal? It just doesn't matter. It's like it doesn't matter because it's all random. Like you're just drawing a random card. Like I guess you're not being anecdotal, but it also just doesn't matter. Because yeah, if you have 100 random cards and you get to pick 5 of them, it really doesn't matter if you take 5 from the middle or 5 from the top or 5 from the bottom. It just doesn't. Yeah, it just doesn't matter. Now he should probably get a warning. Like I said, if he got a warning for it, that's fine. He probably shouldn't get anything worse than a warning. Unless you think he's being malicious, I guess. But I don't think anyone looks at that and is like, oh yeah, Fernando's being malicious with that action, right? So, but yeah, like I said, it's like all random. Yeah, it's not. I guess it's not being anecdotal. Like, well, it kind of is being anecdotal because you're like this time for how the randomization played out, he got the fortunate variance, but it's like, yeah, at the end of the day it doesn't really matter because yeah, once again it's all random. I'm waiting on the he cheated, that's how he won worlds guy. One of them, there might be someone in chat. They might be thinking it. They could be thinking it. Someone in chat is probably thinking it. It's like, man, I don't know. This will swap to VGC? Nah. Everyone that wins cheats. I mean, it's got to be. They somehow got luckier than me, so I'm the luckiest person in the game. So there's only one thing makes sense at that point. See, a lot of people complaining about being unlucky, but I actually know I'm the luckiest player in the game. So that way, if anyone actually does better than me, the only actual thing that makes sense is that they cheated. A lot of people like to complain is the reason that they didn't do well is because they got unlucky. They're like, man, this is not, I'm just never lucky. I can't win. But me, I'm like, oh, I'm the luckiest player in the game. So the only way someone does better than me is if they literally cheated. So that's how I know every time. Easy call outs. Hey, what's up, Azul? I'm gonna come watch you after I get the drops on the Pokemon channel. Sounds good. That's why I'm asking. I get it's random, but there is potential that this to completely change the outcome of the game. It didn't end. Your point makes sense. These are the situations where I would love for TPCI and the judging team to reveal if there was a penalty for something like this and how to address this, so I know how to apply balloons when I judge. Yeah, I mean, I think giving a warning is correct. DeWitt, I think giving a warning is correct. So if you're a judge in that situation and that happens, I probably should give if a player does that and you're judging, you should probably give them a warning, right? Because you want to make it clear that you shouldn't do that, like, and you should play like by the rules, like as close as you possibly can. It's not hard to like just draw the top 5 cards of your deck, right? So yeah, I think give a warning. But if you think they're being malicious, you should probably investigate a little bit further. But yeah, if you don't think they're being malicious and you think it was just an accident, which like it definitely was here, right? Then just be like, just a warning. We move on. Not a big deal. Isn't LAIC notorious for having more strict judges, though? No. I don't think any region... Yeah, I don't think any region is known for having strict judges. What happened? He dealt out 6 cards when he Iono'd himself to 5 and put the wrong card back, like because of how he dealt out the cards. A different card should have gone back to the deck as the 6th card he dealt out, but he did the wrong one. But it like doesn't matter. Like it didn't matter, and this like it's all random. There was like no like, oh, we know what this card is kind of situation. Have they announced the last 1 or 2 NA regionals yet? I don't think so. Hold up. Warning is way too lenient. That's a permaban for me, and I'm me if I'm judging. Honestly, we could go further. We should take this to court. We should get the cops involved. I'm thinking at least a little bit of jail time, for sure. A couple hours, like I don't know, some community service maybe. For something that egregious, they got to get back. They can't just get away with that. It's like saying, yo, what if you didn't draw that card when you needed it? Yeah, basically, right? It's like, I don't know, yeah. If we know it's all truly random, then it shouldn't matter that much. For sure. It doesn't mean you shouldn't, like, try and enforce proper play, of course, but... And obviously, if, like, Fernando does it more than 2 or 3 times, like, harsher penalties coming from that wouldn't be a bad thing. Okay, I need to get myself some food real fast. Puzzle is scanning codes? No. I'm ordering food real fast. Tacos? No. Omelet. Hazel, will you be attending this event? Yeah, I currently plan to. Probably show up at around 3 or something like that. What time did you start streaming this morning? Like 4:15, 4:20. Favorite meal of the day? Just like timing wise. Probably like the last meal of the day. Yeah, probably last meal of the day. Cause that's when it's like, I don't know, that's when I'm like most tired, like most exhausted / tired. So it's like, I don't know, yeah, probably last meal. So it's gonna make a WWE-like appearance coming from the ceiling on a wire. Yeah, that's the plan. I'm currently in the rafters right now of the convention center, and I'm planning to drop in at some point. Dude, this thing already died. What the heck? So if you had a last meal, what would it be and why is it a turkey bowl? If I had a last if I had a last meal, what would it be? I don't know, to be honest. Last meal? I actually, like, speaking of that, I watched the... I hadn't seen this show before on YouTube, but the... Was it Mythical Kitchen? I watched the episode with Gordon Ramsay. Speaking of last meals. It's a pretty good show, actually. Last meal, though, I don't know. Lasagna? Lasagna's a pretty good shout, actually. I haven't had lasagna in a long time. Lasagna's pretty good. And maybe something like lasagna. I don't know, I just like a lot of different foods. I don't really have, like, a favorite food or anything like that. Last meal would be endless breadsticks, so I never die. You just sit there infinitely eating breadsticks. That's genius. Alright, Garfield. Lasagna is pretty good. It's pretty good. It's definitely my favorite pasta dish, I think, overall, is lasagna. Same question, but last deck to play a game before RIP? I don't know. Last deck? That's less interesting. Infinite breadstick glitch goes crazy. Which regional spot has the best food? Which regional place has the best food? I mean, probably for me, it's Texas, because they have barbecue food, and I really like barbecue food. And there's like no good barbecue food near me, but yeah, they have really good barbecue food near me. Or they don't have really good barbecue food near me. So for me, it's just Texas, just because of barbecue food. Just because of barbecue, though. I'm trying to think, like, other locations, though. Best food spots for regionals. I don't know, what regionals do we have coming up this year? Can you say barbecue again? I'll try. I mean, Toronto, there's good food in Toronto. Vancouver. Peoria is obviously the answer. True, yeah, Peoria. Birmingham this season, but Birmingham is not good for food. Definitely not. EU food. Well, it's not EU food, it's UK food. Well, actually, I don't know. It could be EU food, to be honest. It definitely is the UK, but I don't know about the rest of Europe. Would you agree that Lugia currently does the most unfair things in the TCG currently? I don't know. I don't think about the game like that. You don't fancy some beans on toast before hitting the regionals? No. UK food, cold beans on toast? Well, don't they heat the beans up? They don't put cold beans on toast, right? The beans are warm. I would hope. You're Americans, you just can't understand that excess salt, fat, and sugar isn't the answer to make food tasty. Wait, I can't tell if you're being serious or not. Wait, you're talking about like UK food compared to American food? That can't be a serious response though. You gotta be being sarcastic. There's no way. Gotta go to Melbourne Regionals for the fire food. Melbourne's got pretty good food. Yeah, I'm from the UK. Bro, you can't be being serious. Why'd you relocate to Texas then? It seems to be a streamer haven with no income tax. I mean, it doesn't really matter too much to me. Well, I moved to California specifically because my girlfriend lives here. I had thought about Texas, but but then the honestly, if I lived in Texas, barbecue food wouldn't be as good because I would have it too often. Salt, fat, and sugar is literally what makes food tasty. We open a pack. Dude, is this... Wait. This is literally... Some people will in chat know what I'm saying. This is the CSGO. We have CSGO loot box opening at regionals now. I wonder if they thought about that because of CSGO. Thought about this because of CSGO. Yeah, so in the middle of like pauses in CSGO or like in between rounds, they'll cut to the crowd and someone will have like a laptop or like an iPad opening like a case in CSGO. It'd be funny if they do that, and it'd be funny if they do that actually in the between round or in between games in like a match, or if there's like a downtime. Cut to the crowd, someone's opening a pack. You Americans just can't understand that adding flavor to food is what makes it more flavorful. Are you allowed to open cases when you're playing at regionals in CS? When you're playing at regionals in CS? Cut the Leonhardt in the corner with 100 booster boxes. Opening packs. Yes, the beans are warm. You can put grated cheese on top too. Dude, cheese on the beans on the toast? Chill, bro, chill. Most American food is bland. Seoul / Cajun / Creole cannot be called bland. Well, yeah, of course. Well, but like it's just all about in comparison. In comparison, the food in the UK is just, dude, it's true. It's not a meme. This meme, well, it's partly a meme, but like, there's no way everyone thinks this way. The meme is so real that it's real. I don't know what it is about the food in the UK, bro. I don't know. I don't know what it is, but it's just true. Dude, UK can't defend themselves. That's what I'm saying. You just have to take the L. Like if everyone in the rest of the world is like, yeah, the food in UK is pretty mid. It's just, there's got to be some truth to it. There is enough truth to it. Now, obviously, if you just live in the UK and you've only eaten food in the UK, then it's not gonna seem as bad to you, right? It's not real. Americans, you just haven't been there, think it is. No, it is real, bro. I've been there. I've been there. There obviously is good places to eat in the UK. It's not like there's zero good places. But the average place you go to into the UK is just super mid. The average food place you go into the UK is just super mid. Please do not give the UK credit for Indian food. The Indian food in the UK is pretty good. I've been to a couple good Indian places, and actually that's one of the... I've been to... Now, I don't know if the restaurant I went to was a Michelin star restaurant or if the chef there had ran a Michelin star restaurant before. But I got Indian food in London once. That was at a Michelin star... Either the chef was a Michelin star chef, he had like worked at a restaurant, or the restaurant was a Michelin star restaurant. I don't actually remember. But that food was good. I refuse to listen to anyone from a country where cheese is sold in a can. I mean, but that's just being, I don't know, anecdotal, emotional. Like, the food is just worse. Yeah, we have cheese in the can here, and our food is better. How does that make you feel? We have cheese in a can, and the average place you go to get food in America is just, like, 10 times as good as in the UK. That's a big L to hold. That is a big L to hold. And we squirt cheese in our mouth with a can. I get it's tough to hold that L, but, like, you just gotta take it. Who eats the cheese in a can? Nobody. Nobody eats cheese in a can. It does exist though. I've had it before. It does exist. It's real. But I don't know anyone who actually does it. I don't know anyone who actually eats it. I don't think the cheese in a can is cheese. It's something. It might not be real cheese, yeah. So you ever had birria? Yeah. I'm assuming it's a popular dish in California. Yeah, there's a lot of birria places in Cali. It's cheese product. Is that what it's officially called? Cheese Whiz? Is it called cheese product? It's not actually called cheese. Cheese in a can on Ritz crackers hits different. Ritz crackers are pretty good. I don't know if that can save cheese in a can, but it might be able to. Would you rather eat a taco from Taco Bell or a taco truck? Taco truck. As a Brit, I have to say grits and biscuits and gravy looks actually absolutely rancid. It doesn't look very good. I agree. It is pretty good. I haven't had biscuits and gravy that often, but it's pretty good actually. You appreciate the prime sub there, Crumpet Power. Sausage, gravy, and biscuits is fire. It's pretty good. It is pretty good. Taco truck greater than Taco Bell? Yeah, for sure. It's not even close. It's for sure not even close. I wonder how long it's going to be to get into this next round. Do you think Terapagos needs Manaphy? Right now, probably not. I don't know. It depends on like how much it swings your Drago matchup, I guess. I don't know. That'd be like the big question I have. Because I feel like Palkia isn't like that big of a deal for the current meta, but yeah, that'd be like my big question, I guess. Taco Bell is only the right choice when it's 3 a.m. and you're drunk, and even then, taco trucks are open till then, where I am from. Yeah, there's still taco trucks that are open that you may as well go to. People that eat canned cheese are the same people that are keeping John Silver's open. Long John Silver's. Yeah. Dude, Long John Silver's is pretty bad. I went there once when I lived in Indiana. It was fine. It was not very good. So have you ever seen a UK section in a grocery store? No, I don't think so. Yeah, Long John Silver's is pretty bad. I don't know what they, yeah, I don't know who's going there. I don't know who's going to Long John Silver's. I've never been to Italy, no. I asked because my boyfriend insists Taco Bell is better than authentic Mexican cuisine. No, definitely. It's not even close. What the heck? Taco Bell's, like, fine. I can definitely see, like, being in a situation where it's, like, you could go to a taco truck or whatever, or you could go to Taco Bell and then you'd want to go to Taco Bell instead. Like, Taco Bell's not bad, but like, on average, it's definitely worse for sure. I told him you said taco trucks are better, and he says you don't understand. I don't understand. In the UK, we have Greg's, and honestly, best fast food here. I've never heard of Greg's. What is Greg's? What kind of food do they have at Greg's? The production quality seems poor compared to other tournaments. Maybe it's the lighting and backdrop. It literally is just the lighting, to be honest. Maybe the backdrop a little bit, but it really is just the lighting. Honestly, I could message Chip about it, but I don't know. Like, I don't think there's anything they can actually do. Greg's is goated. Sausage rolls. Pasties, pies, the sausage rolls. You would love Greg's. I'll make sure to try and hit up a Greg's next time I'm in the I assume they have them in London, right? When you come to EUIC, go to Greg's. Okay, I'll hit up a Greg's if I go to EUIC. When I go to EUIC. I feel like LAIC I've watched the... I feel like every LAIC I've watched looks like it. Wait, really? Does it always look like this? Where it looks like a little bit... It's just dark? The venue is kind of dark. Well, last year I don't think the LAIC venue was super dark. Maybe the year before. Am I going to attend NAIC? As long as I'm able to register, yeah. As long as I register, I'll probably be there. They just use daylight instead of bright light, probably. What do you mean? But couldn't they just they can still make the lights brighter? Less lights, more cameras. Available for redemption now. LAIC 25 Topaz Bolt. Dude, I was trying to like read what that was saying. I was like two Topaz Bolt. You guys want the Topaz Bolt? Is that the code for PTCG Live? What is that code for? Oh, it's gotta be PTCG Live. What am I thinking? There's literally the live logo right there. I was thinking like Pokemon Pocket, but those are not the same cards. Don't mind me. Greg's is bad. To be honest, you're making it easy for people to criticize us now. You're not doing the UK any favors by telling people that they should check out Greg's. It's a bad look. Pikachu EX and PTCG Pocket would be actually bad. Yeah, it would, because you'd have 3 different energy types. It would be pretty bad. Nando's Chicken. Nando's is good. I've been to Nando's before. The best UK places are the mom and pop cafes. After Greg's, of course. Yeah, of course, after Greg's. Shout out Greg. So I'm thinking about going to Birmingham. Anything different about registering for an international competition? You mean then like registering for like a local regional? No. Same process for any major. Well, that's not 100% true. Some of the well, for Europe and North America, it's the same process. But some of the Latin American tournaments, the registration is on a different site. What time is it for me right now? It's like 6 a.m. or 7 a.m. What time is it? 7 a.m. That's what it is. UK fast food is better, but US restaurants are way better than the UK. I don't know if that's true. Maybe. I have had McDonald's in the UK, and I'd have like, I think would I say it's like a step above? Maybe. That could be a reasonable take there, to be honest. where the Londoners unironically gassing up Greg's. There are definitely some Greg's gassers in chat. Some big Greg's fans in chat for sure. Some Greg enjoyers. So I personally paid the $3 for your Greg's order. It's only $3? You're the Hagster IRL. Greg's gasser sounds like a bannable term. Honestly, it's pretty close. Third round is about to... Oh, I didn't even realize we were in round 3. I thought we were getting ready for round 2. Yeah, I did actually. I thought we were getting ready for round 2. Round 3. I googled Greg's and checked the site and saw a can of beans. This is a 3-day tournament. Yeah, but the third day is only the finals. It is a 3-day tournament, but the third day is only finals. Dude, honestly, that seems like one of the worst things. That probably is the worst thing with casting, is like filling time. Like, that's gotta be just like so annoying. Like, yeah, it's just gotta be so draining to like to fill time. Like, you have to like fill like 30 minutes of time or something like that. Jeez, man, that sounds miserable. That's definitely the worst part of casting for sure. It's gotta be. Alright, my food's here. I'm gonna go grab it real fast. Give me 1 second. I just got a omelet and potatoes. Any rounds so far? Yeah, we're going into round 3. I'm gonna open up Poke Data. Not really anything to look at on Poke Data yet because it's just we're only 2 rounds in, but get me LDF on stream. Is LDF there? Have I started prep for SAC yet? I mean, I don't really. My playing on stream is always all the prep that I ever do for major tournaments. So I guess yes, but I'm not doing anything outside of that, which I'm sure is what you're asking. It's taking so long for the next round. I mean, just how it always works. It's not anything different than any other major tournament. Did you say you're going to prep more for majors? I did say that, yeah. But I don't think it's actually going to end up happening. Well, not for SAC anyways. I did say that, but yeah, I don't think it's going to... Nothing's really going to change for my process for SAC. What do your group decide to play? Charizard. Does Grant just tell you what deck to play and you play it? No. Are you close enough to drive to SAC or fly? Maybe the ICs? I'll definitely try and put some more time into for the ICs for sure. That I actually go to. No reason to put more time into LAIC, obviously. It's a new format anyway, so you gotta go off. So you kind of gotta go off vibes. No, that's not true. If anything, your testing and preparation is amplified in new formats. It's like more valuable. You get more value out of your testing and preparation in new formats than existing formats. They already did a day 1 meta share. It wasn't anything too crazy. Terrapagos was maybe the biggest surprise. It was like the 3rd most popular deck at like 10%. Will be the first term with Surging Sparks. Sacramento next week. What do you think about 1 Arven, 1 Sealstone, and Ceruledge? Seems bad. When you aren't attending a major, do you put yourself in the conversation for their deck choice, or are you completely out of the conversation? If they ask me anything, or if I have any like if I think I have any useful insight, then I'll message it to them. But I'm not as involved. No, I'm less involved. I could see the uptick in turtles. It's the counter to the counter this weekend, I think. What's the counter this weekend? So do you speak another language besides English? No. Dude, we're finally seeing some Lugia. Lugia's been getting... Dude, we just have not seen Lugia very much lately. Lugia's been getting farmed these last couple tournaments. He's getting absolutely cooked. Too bad Guardi's a horrible matchup. It's not that bad. It's just unfavored. I assume Billinger here is playing Turbo Guardi for sure. Well, I think didn't Benny like win the Doom tournament recently with Turbo Guardi, the big Doom tournament over the weekend? I'm pretty sure he did. How about the Tyson fight today? I'll probably try and watch it. It'll be interesting. It'll be interesting to watch. I do hope that, hang on, let me run an ad real fast. Okay, ad ran. And then let me run the prediction real fast. Oh wait, Locke already started the prediction. All right, we're all good. Appreciate it, Locke. All right, so Benny with the Guardi versus Gabriel with the Lugia. 3 Ultra Ball prized. It could be really relevant. We'll see. There's one of your main ways to find your Archeops and discard your Archeops. Does it all. So it's definitely a card you want in your deck, ideally. Yeah, it's a deck you want. Definitely a deck you want. Definitely a card you want. Did I say deck you want? Definitely a deck you want. Definitely a card you want in your deck. Alright. Here we go. Benny is going first in game 1. Probably does have the Spiritomb. I saw someone mention Spiritomb in chat. Benny probably plays Spiritomb. Immediately into the concealed cards. And the hand there on the other side, honestly, it might be living off a Luminion. The Poffin is in. The Ralts are on the way. Maybe gonna find that Spiritomb. We'll see. Yeah, Spiritomb being lined up here immediately off of the Buddy Poffin. Benny's list feels pretty favorable into this matchup. I definitely think Turbo Guardi has the advantage for sure. I agree. I don't know if Benny is playing like... I don't think Benny's playing like Enhanced Hammer or Sinnoh, but definitely has the advantage. Any Lost on Box been played yet? No, no Lost on Box. Yo, appreciate the gifted sub there, Pokedubs, over to JR. Alright, there's the Spiritomb. So that will shut down the Luminion on the other side here. Second Ralts down. Third Ralts down. Okay, all the Ralts were found. Chops in the hand. But is it just a read the wind here? The Spiritomb stops the potential of Luminion. We might just be reading the wind here for Gabriel. Tails on the Aroma can find another Lugia V, because otherwise we could lose the Candy Guardi next turn. There's Luminion. Henry Chow says it's 80-20. I don't know, 80-20 is a lot. Maybe. It's definitely favorable. I mean, you can, like, even if they, yeah, if you go second, you can, like, match the Iron Hands or answer the Iron Hands. Oh, we have Squawkabilly, of course. Okay, never mind. This can actually be a little bit better of a situation than I thought. I forgot about Squawkabilly here. Benches the Iron Hands, Jet to the active. Goes with the Jamming Tower. Did have the Mezagoza. Chose not to try and use Mezagoza beforehand to try and get another Chops in the discard pile. Into the Billy for 6. What do we got? Plays the Raikou, it looks like. I see a Minchino in the hand as well. There might be a Chops in the hand for the Read the Wind. There's the Read the Wind for 3. But we only have one Lugia V in play. So if Benny can one-hit KO at next turn, I mean, that's probably game. Looking at the hand here for Benny, does have draw power. I see Iono. I don't see an Arven. It's really hard to tell with these full art cards, though. So is there secret box potential here, I think is the question. It is an Arven. Okay, there is an Arven in there, tucked away. Hey, what's up, Azul? So I am going to Sacramento next week, and the only deck that I have been locked in with is Lugia. Do you think it's still a good play? It seems worse. Definitely, it seems worse going to Sacramento, mostly because of Lost Zone Pikachu. Lost Zone Pikachu seems pretty good, and that's like a pretty bad matchup. So it's not terrible, probably. Lugia's still probably fine, but it's probably not the deck it was this format. It's definitely gonna have more bad matchups. It feels like in this format, Lugia has like no terrible matchups. But in the Surging Sparks format, I think you definitely the Lost Zone Pikachu deck is like a big one. That's like tough. So things have gotten harder for it, but it's not terrible. All right, and it is that secret box here for Benny. Giving up the Ultra Ball. I thought Ultra Ball was going to be a big part of this here. All right, goodbye Ultra Ball. What are we getting off this? What's coming together? Are we going with the TM Evo play this whole time? I assume that this was leading to a one-hit KO on the active, but it might just be a TM Evo. Oh, we're literally this is just literally leading into a TM Evo play. I thought we were somehow one-hit KO in the active here. I was like, oh shoot, the one-hit KO coming up? But no, not even close. It is just going to be concealed cards into TM Evolution, it looks like. I wonder if we should have even used the Secret Box then. What was the point of actually using Secret Box there? Wouldn't we rather have the Ultra Ball in the hand for next turn? Yeah, now I'm like questioning this whole sequence here from Benny. Like, if we're using the Secret Box, I thought we were going to like, why not just Arven for Vessel? How is Arven for Vessel not equal to the Secret Box play here? But off the Secret Box, now, like, the biggest thing from the Secret Box is we lost that needed Stadium out. Oh, true, the Jamming Tower. Okay, fair. Yeah, I definitely underthought that for sure. Yeah, I forgot about Jamming Tower. That is fair. Okay, the Team Evo is out here. Evolving both Ralts into Curlia. So we got triple Curlia going to the next turn. Yeah, we definitely needed the the Moonlit. Was it Moonlit Hill? Double Chops though. We got the Chops. Double Chops lined up. We see a Jet in hand to get this Iron Hands into the active and just start drawing. Going for multi. Now the problem here though, one thing that we could run into here is we could whiff, or we could draw into Legacy Energy, excuse me, off this research coming up. Also, we could whiff Lugia V-Star. Goes with Nest Ball first. I don't think there's anything, we're not going to grab anything off this probably, just going through it. Is this just for Hool 60? There's like the Pheasantipity in here as well. Maybe there's not the Vessel Basic Lightning. There's the research. We're looking for Lugia V-Star and not Legacy Energy here. It'd be really, really bad if we draw Legacy Energy here. Ooh, it'd be also really, really bad if we don't draw Lugia V-Star, but hold up, we gotta capture an Aroma. Oh, it's a Tails. Oh, man, that is tough. What do you even grab? Do you just grab another Lugia V to bench it? But that's really bad as well. I mean, there is 3 Ultra Ball prized. So just fails it. Well, it's never correct to fail it. We definitely should have taken something out of the deck and put it into our hand for sure. There's like an argument. Oh, we have a second Lugia V in the hand. Oh, wait, did we get a Lugia V? Am I trolling? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, we played Research though. Evolved to Chinchino Pass. So Boss isn't possible here for Benny because Benny did prize Boss. But just KOing Iron Hands this turn is just like
insane. Do you scoop here? You scoop here if the hands gets KO'd. If Benny gets Drifloon KO hands, you should concede. But if Benny whiffs the KO, then it's fine to stick it out for another turn, I think. Like, you don't want to lose... The biggest thing here is you wouldn't want to lose a game to Benny where Benny, like, prized double guard EX, right? Like, something like that. Now, did Benny prize double guard EX? Probably not. Yeah, as soon as the Drifloon KO happens, you should probably concede here as Gabriel. Definitely. But would I, like, make my opponent... I think I would make my opponent at least take a knockout this turn, right? Because, well, imagine if Benny whiffs KO. Oh, we discard the guard EX? Is the second one in hand? It's got to be, right? But Guard EX is such a good attacker in this matchup. Well, I guess if we're KOing the Iron Hands, it really doesn't matter. Okay, the second one is in hand. Yeah, as soon as the Guard EX hits the field here, I would concede as Gabriel. Right now. Now I would just concede. Now, but if you whiff this KO as Benny, and then, like, next turn Gabriel plays Iono, and then Benny still doesn't recover for a really good play, then, like, you can still win. But, yeah, at this point, the game is over, so... Gabriel should pack it up. The price rate is just too far gone at this point. You have Squawkabilly on your bench. It's going to get Scream-tailed. And then, yeah, even if you get Legacy Energy to stick at some point, it just doesn't matter. It'd be a pretty big mistake for Gabriel to stick this one out. Because Lugia is pretty fast. And this matchup isn't like a super slow matchup, but it takes a while for Guardy to play games. Not even just win games. It takes a while for Guardy. It takes even longer for Guardy to win games. But it takes a while for Guardy to play games. So you should definitely pack it up here as Gabriel. Just go next. You could definitely see 2 like 20-minute more games or something like that. Is it rude to concede in the middle of your opponent's turn? No. Nobody thinks it's rude. Or yeah, nobody like would take offense to that. No reasonable person would take offense to you conceding during your opponent's turn. If anything, it's like almost like a respect thing, to be honest. Like, because you're respecting you. If you're respecting your and your opponent's time to, like, you know, let's take this time and let's put it in the other games in the match or whatever. I would say it's more of a respect thing than anything. But even then, it's like, it's just whatever. I get so rude when people give me the win, let me suffer. Well, that's not what they were saying. They were saying, like, during your opponent's turn. Is it, like, rude to concede during your opponent's turn? Like, while they're still, like, playing out their turn, right? Which, is not unreasonable. Oh, the Thorin Iron Hands? Okay, hold up. If we play... Alright, there's, like, a little bit of hope. There's, like, a tiny... there's so much energy gone at this point as well, though. But this still isn't good enough, though, I don't think. I don't think this is still good enough. We're, like, going to be so low on energy at this point, I feel like, as well. The Thorin is big here, though. The fact that they play Thorin... Actually, well, yeah, but they don't play Basic Lightning, probably, so they still can't hands twice in a match. Okay. I guess I don't hate sticking it out because Thorin exists. I hate it less. I hate it less. Not conceding is more of a thing in Japan, from what I know. No, not conceding is not a thing in Japan. They don't concede because they play best of 1. I think Pokemon players have like this skewed view of Japanese players not conceding games as like some form of like respect or like something like that Japanese players do. Japanese players don't concede because they play best of 1. They don't not concede because there's like some cultural difference in Japan. They don't concede because it's best of 1. That's why they don't concede. They concede all the time in best of 3. Alright, Mesa goes ahead here from Benny. Goes for a Ralts. I assume probably just has the return knockout on the hands again. And once again, now, I think once this Drifloon return knocks out the hands, I would think I would probably concede here as, well, maybe we stick it out a little bit longer. We'll see. The Thornton was sick, but I think it's too late for Lugia. Yeah, the Thornton was sick, but I agree. I think it is a little bit too late still. I guess if Benny whiffs, though, we should make Benny KO this next Iron Hands, right? We went out of our way to go get it, so we shouldn't concede yet. It would be pretty impressive if Benny whiffs the return knockout somehow. Yeah, if Benny somehow whiffs the return KO. And there should be a couple different ways to do it as well, right? I think so. There's a heavy ball. Gets the Dory out of the prize cards. Was chilling in there. Dark energy. Oh, our bench is full. So Benny did not get... Okay, hold up. This is interesting. Excuse me. Benny did not get the return KO. This is lining up for a potential... He's setting up for the 4-prize turn. Oh, I guess you can just set up for the 4... Yeah, there's the Monkey Dory, right? We move 30 over, then we punch the active. And then Monkey Dory KOs the Iron Hands the next turn. Sure. So how do you even approach this as Gabriel? You could go into Cinccino and KO the active Gardevoir. I think that's what you do, right? Don't you just go into Cinccino and KO active Gardevoir? And then Benny would just KO your Iron Hands with Monkey Dory. And then you have to go Iono and then hope Benny whiffs. Immediate. Oh, but no, Iron Hands doesn't KO that. Oh my. Yeah, Gabriel just threw. Iron Hands does not KO Monkey Dory because of the double turbo energy. We're short 10 damage. But even if you could KO this Monkey Dory here, I think this might be a mistake from... Okay, hold on. Gabriel could retreat. But Gabriel just attached a gift to the rat. So that means you have to hard retreat the Iron Hands at this point. And that sounds pretty miserable. V-Guard to the Pheasantipede? What is going on? Why is there a V-Guard on the Pheasantipede? Oh, now he realized. Also, did he mean to get a gift on the Pheasantipede? Gift on Pheasantipede is one thing. Fez attack? Weird Ear pivot? Okay, it could be a Weird Ear pivot. 2 Thornton? 2 Thornton? No, Gabriel just made... You can tell. He realized he messed up. You can tell he messed up. Oh my gosh. You can't win. You can't win at this point. Yeah. I think you should just concede there. There's so much time for Benny to recover the Monkey Dory and utilize it to KO Iron Hands, and then just needs... You can't even KO... Like, at this point, Benny can KO through the active with Guardy. And the Iron Hands is no longer a threat, so you don't need the Monkey Dory this turn. You'll just get it eventually. Yeah, definitely a massive mistake there. There's a Super Rod, finally, it feels like, from Benny. Yeah, I think on that turn, even if, let's just say Iron Hands had no double turbo energy on it, I think it was still correct to just go Cinccino, knock out Gardevoir, to be honest. Yeah, I think it's still correct to just go Cinccino, knock out Gardevoir, because the Guardy player, Benny can't... Yeah, I still feel like Cinccino, knock out Gardevoir seems better. I guess it's still close, though, at that point, because Benny can still do a 3-prize turn where you KO Hands with Monkey Dory plus just KO the Cinccino with a fresh Guardy, and then you're still in a fine spot. Yeah, I don't know. Alright, Ultra Ball away double research. Yeah, Monkey Dory's back. Super Rods happened. Benny can't win this turn, I guess. But, yeah. Got the Monkey Dory back. But you don't even have to KO the Iron Hands this turn. But Benny's going for it. Does that ever open, like, a possibility of Iono being tough to deal with here as Benny? He can with Counter Catcher? I don't think he can, right? Because the Monkey Dory has to move the damage over to the hands. And then you're only doing 190 with Guardy at that point. So you can't win this turn. I mean, you are pretty close to winning, but not quite yet. Brings up the Pheasantipede. And then I guess you could just KO the Pheasantipede here. You don't actually have to do anything. Goes for the hands KO and just going to punch the Dippity, I guess. Oh, there is a churro. Oh, okay. We should just have game here then, right? Screamtail. Yeah, okay. That is game then. Yeah, we have the churro reset. True. Churro does work. Churro does work here. And then knock out the Fez. That's it. Benny wins game 1. Honestly, from like turn 2, it kind of seemed like it was, or from the first KO, from the first knockout, it seemed like it was kind of, I don't know, decided. But then the Thornton play happened, and I was like, okay, let's see what happens from here. But then there was like the big mistake there on that next turn from Gabriel with not realizing that Iron Hands does not KO the Monkey Dory. Definitely a big mistake there. Did end up getting, I don't know, like punished. Like, you're still probably losing anyways. That was kind of like the situation, though. Like, you did kind of get punished in the end, but you were going to probably lose anyways. So does it, like, yeah. I think I like, even with the Thornton, even the Thornton's existence, knowing about the Thornton's existence now, I still feel like Gabriel should have just conceded after the Iron Hands got KO'd. Like, after this Iron Hands got KO'd here, I feel like Gabriel should have just conceded. In this moment, I feel like Gabriel should have conceded. Despite knowing the Thornton existed. It just felt like it was too far gone at that point. Feels like it was too far gone. Alright, well, we will have Gabriel going first here. I'm going to go ahead and run an ad here so it doesn't pop up in the middle of the game. And the stream will be back up. Stuff will be back up before the ad is over. Would he have been better off not revealing the Thornton there? I don't know if it's like that big of a deal. Yeah, I don't know if it's like not. I don't think it's like that big of a deal to have like tried to like avoid showing the Thornton, but I guess that could have been like a thought. Yeah, concealing Thornton and saving time was the move. Yeah, I guess like that's like another argument to like not continue playing that turn out from there. Yeah, that's true. It is +1 reason to like concede early, right? All right, looks like a mulligan happened there from Benny. Tails on the Mezzo goes off the rip here from Gabriel. I see a Chops in hand. I see Jack. I see Luminion. The hand needs a research, though. I wonder if you should just go Luminion for research. That's, like, so unfortunate, though, if then Benny just, like, plays... Oh, wait, he started Spiritomb. I didn't even realize that. Benny literally started Spiritomb. Oh, my gosh. And the hand definitely wants to go Luminion for research. If not this turn, then next turn. Well, you'd probably do it this turn before Benny potentially gets Spiritomb into play, I guess. Rolls pass, though, so not a super strong turn there from Benny, but it's going to be a read the wind here, I think, from... it's going to be a read the wind here from Gabriel. Another Tails on the Mezagoza. And then we'll probably see the Jack get played here to go get another Chops. And we should see the Jack get played here to go get another Chops. Excuse me. And, I don't know, we want to increase our odds of drawing into Ultra Ball, though. Yeah, we definitely should have played the Jack there to go get Chops and Lugia V-Star. It's definitely a mistake there from Gabriel. Mezzo goes from Benny pass. I think I see a Curly and an Iono in hand, so Benny's hand is definitely fine. Has an energy as well. You could attach that active to play for the possibility of TM Evo, or you could just play the Iono here. I mean, getting energy established is good. It's just going to go ahead and hold it, it looks like, though. Yeah, okay. I felt like attaching the energy to the active makes the most sense. And Benny does agree. Throws it on the active there. Hold Jack so Benny can't Iono the Chops out of your hand. I mean, maybe. But then also, like, the thing with playing the Jack now, though, is if we read the wind into a research, then we can research away the Chops, right? It's just definitely correct to play the Jack. Yeah, you always just play the Jack there. Because, yeah, if you read the wind into a research, then... you want to be able to have the Chops in hand to research away, right? But you won't have them in hand if you don't play the Jack to begin with, right? All right, Refinement came through here. I see a Secret Box in hand, so if TM Evo isn't prized, I also see a Poffin. So there's the possibility to Poffin into some more Ralts here. It is possible for where we are at this point as well. Giving up on Radiant Greninja might be a decent play. You could Secret Box that away. Probably want to try and hold that, though. The Heavy Ball was played here from Benny and did get punished. I guess the thing about this situation, though, Benny hasn't searched the deck yet, so Benny doesn't know what's prized. But we could have played the Poffin first to go get another Ralts at least, and then we could have checked our prize cards, and then we could Secret Box away the Heavy Ball, which is better to Secret Box that away than this Counter Catcher. Giving up the Arvin, giving up the Greninja are both like fine. Keeping Greninja would probably be nice. Yeah, keeping Greninja would probably be nice, but it's not a huge deal. Here the Ralts are getting lined up now for Benny. But we would rather Secret Box away the Heavy Ball for sure. And then is going for the TM Evo play, it looks like. Sign up the Vessel. You could get yourself the Bravery Charm. I guess you're probably just getting another Arvin after that. And you will be able to Vessel away the Arvin going to the next turn, probably, if you want to play the Iono, or you could do it the other way around. Or I was actually thinking about the Research instead from the Secret Box here. Possibly to avoid Ionoing Gabriel on the next turn, I guess. Depending on how things go. I doubt we're playing the Vessel immediately here. I can't think of a reason to actually play the Vessel. Alright, more Curlias coming online. There we go. Over to Gabriel. Gabriel needs to try and find that second Chops and get in the discard pile. There was a heads on the Mezagoza, so that's a pretty good start. Doesn't have any Psychic in the discard right now. So short a little bit on the energy. That might have been a good enough reason to keep the Arvin over the Iono, to be honest. Because the Arvin can find second Vessel or Ultra Ball. Second Vessel is probably the big card to find here. Might have been a decent argument to actually keep that instead. Lugia V-Star searched out here off the Mezagoza. Immediately evolves the Lugia V into the V-Star. Still needs second Chops. Yeah, we still need second Chops here, though. So we're still coming up short on that. Where is the Chops? Here comes the Research. We're looking for it. Oh, wait. We didn't get Chops? That's a big mistake there from Gabriel. You always get Chops there and discard it with Research and hope for the V-Star. Well, we whiffed Chops or V-Star. So obviously that's not great. But we're solo chopping or we're passing. Solo Chops Gaming. That's definitely a missequence. You always, if you get Mezagoza heads there into a Research, you always grab Chops and hope for V-Star. It's never correct to get V-Star, hopes to get Chops and Ultra Ball off the Research. Because if you're hoping you get an Ultra Ball to discard your Chops to begin with, then that Ultra Ball can already find you your V-Star anyways. So you may as well just go say, well, if I'm going to draw an Ultra Ball, then I may as well have my Chops in the discard pile in case I don't draw an Ultra Ball and I only draw the V-Star. It's going to be tough. Is Benny running Flutter Mane? No, I don't believe so. Probably just Clef Key. Actually, I think he might just be playing Henry Chow's Exact 60 from Louisville. Yeah, this is basically game at this point. I mean, Benny should probably be able to KO the lone Chops off the bench, and then you start to take one-hit KOs on anything that has energy from there. And you can KO this Chops with the Guardy even. You don't even have to use Screamtail. You can KO with Gardevoir with like a Counter Catcher. Something like that. And then Gabriel won't even have a response to one-hit KO your Gardevoir. Didn't bump the stadium there. That was maybe just a mistake there from Gabriel. Vessel immediately being played here from Benny. And then probably just going to Research, I would assume. The only other reason to like use Refinement first here would be able to keep open the option of Boss. But Screamtail KO Chops is like such a fine play that I think you probably just play the Research as Benny here. And you just commit to trying to find Screamtail. You got the 4 energy in the discard pile now with the Research as well. Yep. Commit to the Research, going to find the Screamtail here. There's the Nest Ball. I see it in the hand. Still need the Gardevoir. We did find a Vessel there, so we could play the Vessel first here and get rid of the Clef Key. Not going to play the Vessel, actually. Going to draw. And there's the Ultra Ball, so we have everything we need for the Screamtail KO here. 2 more. Has Ultra Ball, has Vessel. Goes into a Mezagoza. There's a Heads. It's all lining up pretty well here for Benny.
There's a Screamtail. How's Guardy in hand? Oh, is the Guardy already in hand? One more refinement to work with as well. Gives up the Psychic. I'm actually surprised Benny didn't play the... Maybe we just drew into everything we needed off the initial 7 draw. Not playing the Vessel there, but... I hope we're not looking at this game as an actual indication of how the matchup goes. No, definitely not. Definitely not. I do think it is favored for Turbo Guardy, though. I do think it's favored. But Lugia had a rough opening in this one. I guess both games. I don't know, the Spiritomb also I'm not really calculating like the Spiritomb factor though, to be honest. The Spiritomb might make a bigger might make a bigger deal than just like what happens when we both set up. And how much do we set up on average? Because Spiritomb does nerf your setup a decent amount. Alright. There we go. 20 to the active Lugia from the Monkey Dory. Yeah, we got the Monkey Dory established this turn as well from Benny. Benny also got the Monkey Dory established on top of everything else. And then, yeah, Screamtail deals with that Lone Chops in play. No more energy acceleration for Gabriel. We've got a Lugia in the active setup. We got a Minccino on the bench with a single energy. It's looking pretty bad. No way to one-hit KO Gardevoir anytime soon is probably the biggest thing. Like, if Benny, like, can't one-hit KO the active Lugia next turn with Drifloon, Benny can just be like, okay, I'm just going to punch with Gardevoir for the turn, and you can't KO me back, so I have time to build up to my next play. Iono here from Gabriel to start the turn. We did attach the Lugia V on the bench. Bro just reflipped the V-Star and put Chops back. He's chilling. Second Lugia V-Star, we'll get the Chops, right? Yeah, we just need to use our other V-Star. It's 1 V-Star power per Pokemon. So we're chilling as long as we can find our next Lugia V-Star. Alright, there's the KO. Yeah, I think if you're Benny here, if you can get the Drifloon one hit, that's what you go for. If you whiff the Drifloon one hit, that's fine. You just do something else for the turn. But yeah, I think that's what we'd be looking for here then. Is Drifloon one hit, if possible. Kirlia was pushed up here. We're going to the refinements. I see the Bravery Charm in hand. I see the Poffin. Oh, we had a Poffin. We got rid of the Poffin, though. Get rid of the Pheasantipity. Probably get rid of the candy here. We have the 4th Kirlia in hand, I believe. Yeah. Now we can get rid of the rare candy for sure, it feels like. I mean, this should be a Drifloon knockout, I imagine. Yeah, there should be a Drifloon knockout. I wouldn't concede here if I'm on stream. I'm playing it out. Time to just have fun playing cards now. Oh yeah. This game you're down 0-1. Yeah, there's no reason to concede right now. Do you think if they were to print a basic Psychic Terra EX with more than 210 HP to deny EX lol, would Guardy rock Area 0? I don't know. I don't think about what ifs. I only concern myself with what is. Alright, here comes the Super Rod. Is the Drifloon in the discard pile the whole time? Has it just been in there chilling? Oh, it has been. Okay. It got discarded like turn 1. Oh, yeah, when did it get discarded? Was it like turn 1? This little gaslighting is hilarious. Wait, what gaslighting did I do? It was the first thing you refined. Oh, the Drifloon? Wait, what were we talking about? The conceding thing? Well, I would have conceded last game sooner, but I'm not going to concede this game. Dude, I don't know what you guys are talking about. Like, I'm not even being sarcastic. Yo, appreciate the 31 months there, Shiny. Alright, Screamtail getting reloaded up here. Are we just KOing the Baby Rat this turn? I swear we had the Drifloon play. Do we just not want to do the Drifloon play? We're just gonna go KO the rat? Sure.
I thought we would have just seen the Drifloon one hit. How much time does a turn take on big events? 45 minutes? You mean a match? A match is 50 minutes. This relationship is toxic? Bro, I don't know what you guys are talking about. I'm not even trolling. I'm literally not trolling. Yeah, best out of 3, 50 minutes is the thing. Gabriel's cooked. Yeah, pretty cooked at this point. Not much to be done with the Dory setup, especially. It's feeling pretty bad. Now we have Luminion on the bench here, going to be another liability. We did find the double turbo, so that means our follow-up Lugia will actually be a threat soon. Just got here. Did Lugia V-Star forget to V-Star? Yeah, he flipped it from... In Game 1, he flipped over his V-Star power and then forgot that he flipped it over in Game 1 and didn't flip it back over for Game 2. So I've just been sitting here manually charging up Lugias this whole time. I don't know. No one said anything either. It's like there's been double chops in the discard pile. Oh wait, are you guys talking about when I said the second Lugia V-Star can use its V-Star? Is that what you guys are talking about? Appreciate the 8 months there, Dexter. Alright, yeah, just going for the Guardy hit here. And doesn't quite KO it, even with the Monkey Dory damage. You'd be 10 damage short. But that's fine, you can clean it up next turn with Monkey Dory. And then the Monkey Dory like KO will also like play around Gift Energy and even possibly a Legacy Energy that would be attached to the active here. So survives with 10. I mean, boss KO Monkey Dory seems like the best play here, just so the Monkey Dory can't effectively get the KO, I guess, but... I mean, I guess if you go boss... I mean, is there like a route here? If you have boss KO Monkey Dory, there might be a route here, technically. Yeah, if you go boss KO Monkey Dory here, like there might technically be a route. But it's not looking good. And Legacy? Yeah, and Legacy. Boss KO Monkey Dory, you just punch Guardian and win, no? Oh, for Gabriel, yeah. Yeah, so Gabriel this turn needs like boss KO Dory into like Iono next turn or something. Wait, did that Luminion just get played and... Oh, there's no Spiritomb. The Spiritomb got KO'd. I thought the Drifloon was Spiritomb. Yeah, I literally thought the Drifloon was Spiritomb. I was like, wait a second, we can't do that. Dude, these shiny Pokemon, man. I hate them. I hate them. What's the score for day 2? You need to go 6 and 2, at least. 6 and 2 or better. Alright, we're retreating. We do have the Monkey Dory KO. It is happening here. We do have second V-Star online, so we could use our second V-Star power. Or use our other Lugia's V-Star power. Because it is only 1 per V-Star. Immediately into the Super Rod. Okay, I think Benny has game here. Nest Ball for the Monkey Dory. And then we have the Vessel for the Dark Energy. Attach the Dark Energy. And I think has Boss in hand as well. So it should be Monkey Dory KOs the Lugia V-Star on the bench. And then the judges really want him to shuffle his deck. I don't know if an Iono happens, so it might be correct to do that. But yeah, pretty basically game over here. I think if there is the... I mean, it's game over for sure if there is the boss. And Benny's not even using Refinement, so I assume that means Benny has the boss in hand. Yep, there we go. Boss on Luminion, Guardian knockouts. And Benny wins 2-0 in this one. Yeah, game one. What happened game one? I forget what happened game one. But game two here, I mean, both games just drew kind of slow, right? But Spiritomb was definitely a factor. Spiritomb's a factor for sure. And definitely a favorable matchup for Benny as well. Favorable matchup. Spiritomb came up reasonably clutch. I guess game one it didn't matter as much. Not knocking out Guardy with the Cinccino game one was a huge misstep. Yeah, that's true. Gabriel in game one should have knocked out the Gardevoir on that turn with the Cinccino. Instead, thought he had the KO on the Monkey Dory with the hands, but made the mistake. Yeah, only doing 100 damage. Got punished. It's actually a matchup that comes up so often against Guardy, actually. It actually comes up a ridiculous amount of the time against Guardy, where you want your hands to be able to KO Monkey Dory, and then you put a double turbo on it in early game, and then as the game progresses, you're like, I really wish I didn't have this on here. Yeah. Comes up more than you'd think. Are shorts optimal for regionals and ICs? I mean, depends on the time of year and the venue. Some venues are warmer than others. I say shorts are more optimal than not, but it does depend. So the current tie rate is 13%. Let's see. I'm just trying to like see if 4-2 is like guaranteed safe. Yeah, 4-2 is, I mean, X2 is, excuse me, not 4-2. X2 is like pretty much locked. Yeah, X2 is locked for sure. Yeah, there's like almost no chance that a non-X2 makes cut. Even at a 14% tie rate. 12 rounds, yeah. Question, going to Toronto Regionals, first time back in 8 years. Do they provide dice, mats, and counters at tables? No. They don't provide any of that. Higgs is sweating. He's pretty shiny. I don't know if it's sweat or makeup plus lights. It might just be makeup plus lights. But I will say, in the venue, it generally is pretty warm in the venue for LAIC. It wasn't that warm last year, but the years before that was warm. I don't know if there's like 2 different locations though. I think it might have been 2 different locations actually. The year before last year might have been a different location. I don't remember exactly. The year that Tord won, it was pretty hot in there. That time it was pretty hot for sure. People were saying the venue was like frigidly cold. Oh, this year? Isn't it cold in the venue right now? I don't know. Depends. It was hot, not last year, but the year before last year it was pretty hot. Someone get Hicks or some water? I don't think it's sweat. It's makeup plus the lights. I read on Twitter people were saying that it was so cold today. I mean, that sounds good to me. Guardy did win, yeah. Lights are hot. It can be. Is the temperature of the venue linked to whether or not Tord is playing? It's an interesting question, actually. That is a good question. It is cold at the venue this time around, it sounds like. Tord's not there. We'll have to see next LAIC what the temperature in the venue is. Yo, appreciate the 60 months there, Milo. Almost a year. We're getting close. Did you see that Tord stuck to his decision to not attend LAIC? Yeah.
Which I think is like, it's like hard to put myself in like Tord's shoes. I don't know. If I was, like, I feel like I wouldn't have let that affect me personally, but it's hard to put myself in Tord's shoes and be like, I for sure would still have like played in the event. Like, I didn't go to this event, but I didn't go to this event because I just didn't want to. But if I was like Tord, if I was like still competing at the level that I was, but I would probably still go, to be honest. But it's hard for me to say that not being in Tord's shoes and like having experienced, having gone through his experience for sure, but. I don't blame him. Seemed like targeting. It definitely seemed like the procedures weren't correctly followed last year for sure. It seemed like they overstepped a little bit. It's like a 4-step plan and they jumped from step 1 to step 3 or something. What happened with Tord? Just as like his DQ... He was not happy with how his DQ went last season at LAIC, and he made it in his post last year's LAIC. He said he probably won't go back to LAIC, and then he didn't go this year. Oh, I do remember that now. Totally fair. Yeah. How did he get DQ'd? They DQ'd him for slow play. But the the buildup of the penalties was not like the normal procedure. They went like, there was never any warnings. I think it was like game loss into DQ. It was never like any kind of warnings into prize penalties into building up. It was just like game loss into it was like game loss day 1 into DQ day 2 or something. DQ for slow play seems kind of crazy. I mean, not really. It depends on if they think you're being malicious. It really just comes down to if they think you're being malicious. But to an extent, there needs to be like some procedures followed. I don't know the specifics. Like, I wasn't watching Tord's game, so I don't really have an opinion on if I think he was slow playing or not, but depends. Also, do you think that your 2 prize penalty in 2018 LAC finals was unfair? No, probably not. It was probably fine. From reports of his opponents that event, they didn't feel like it was slow play. I mean, it doesn't really matter. Like, the judges, it doesn't really matter what players who are playing against someone thinks, to be honest. It's kind of like not relevant. Yeah, I don't think it really matter. Like, that's not really a good yeah, it doesn't really matter what the opponents of Tord think, to be honest. If he was slow playing, DQ is fair. Yeah, probably. Well, it depends on how egregious it was, I guess. But if they thought it was egregious enough, then like, yeah, it's probably fair. Like, you don't have to give you don't have to give the players a warning. If they do something bad enough, not giving them a warning isn't like that bad, I guess. You appreciate the 15 months there, Justin. Like, it's okay to escalate past a warning with like the first penalty. Depending on how egregious, like, whatever the thing is, right? Like, you don't want to see someone, like, if a judge catches someone, like, literally palming a card, you're not going to be like, well, they don't have any warnings, so we can't DQ them for literally, like, we saw them palm the card out of their discard pile into their hand, but they don't have any warnings, so first we have to give them a warning, right? So, it is, like, one of those things where it's, like, just based on the fact that Tord didn't get a warning, you shouldn't be like, oh my gosh, he didn't get a warning? The judges have to be out of line. It's like, no, it doesn't, not quite. That shouldn't quite be the take, you know? Your opinion wasn't reasonable? I don't know. I didn't see him play. I wasn't watching him play. Did it seem like he was purposely slow playing? I don't know. I wasn't watching Tord's games. I was playing. Actually, for day 2, I was sleeping in. For place to play, it should be a warning because cheating is a DQ. Gabe, your pace of play can be cheating. So did you see the new Blood Moon Ursaluna? I did, yeah. The Ursaluna's pretty sick. When can we expect to see the Sarah-Ledge Palkia list? Probably never. I tried a game with it yesterday. It just feels terrible. Why is the stage so dark? They ran out of light. All out. Why are we watching Tord play during your match? It's a long story. I mean, usually I am, right? Usually I am there. Usually I beat my opponent so fast that I can go just watch Tord play. But, my alarm. I slept through my alarm. Well, with slow play means there's ample time to give a warning, right? I mean, it just depends on what they think and what they observe. Like, I guess, but once again, it just comes down to what they observe. They're using candles to light the convention center? Yeah. They're having a, what's it called, a seance? It's a massive gathering. It's a massive PokemonTCG seance, and there are a bunch of candles, so they can't have any lights on. You got to get the Ouija boards out. Azul watches Tord so he can finish games faster. When am I learning what not to do? Azul fast playing to watch Tord slow playing. Can you do an improvised dub over what they're saying on stream? Next interview I will. Next interview I will. Tord believes Melodic has gills. Bro, what the heck? A gills truther? Hey, you better fix that tie, Hagster. There's like one flashlight doing everything on stage. So what am I door dashing for lunch? I mean, it's gotta be, you gotta find like, whatever the good local spots are. Avoid chain restaurants at all costs, especially if you're door dashing. The only door dashing, honestly, like, I don't door dash that often. Door dashing fast food though is criminal. That's criminal. Yo, appreciate the 10 months there, Urban Legend. You can't be out here door dashing fast food. That's criminal. Like if you're gonna door dash, like door dashing is already like a luxury. If you're gonna door dash, you better be getting like some local place that's like good. If you're door dashing fast food, you should go drive and get the fast food, or go walk and get the fast food. There's no way. Door dashing Pizza Hut? That's what I'm saying. Does Wingstop count? It's not fast. There's got to be a better local wing place than Wingstop. Y'all are going after Hagster for being shiny, bro. As well as your team decided deck choice for Sacramento. Yeah, we're playing United Wings. Going in with the Wings. It's pretty broken right now with the blender, so it's like got better. It was better than, like I was gonna play it for Worlds, but now it got even better. We got that blender. So you owe me Bulu Bucks from last week, the Jeremy Gumilla game at day one. You forgot to pay out after the round and then canceled the prediction 2 rounds later. All right, I'll rig the predictions for you for today. I'll rig the predictions for you for today. I thought you were gonna play Loyal 3 at Worlds. Yeah, in United Wings. What build of Archaludon you liking better, Dialga or Starmie? Dialga, but just slightly. I just haven't played enough with either of them, but Dialga slightly. Azul, my doggy, I know we've established you're no man of what ifs, but stick with me here. What say you if offered the chance to explore an ancient ruins teeming with precious jewels? Sure, I'm in. Ryan Simons keeps showing up at my house at like 3 a.m. It's scaring me. Can you help? Yeah, I'll send him a message. Bro, I love wings, but I hate that local shops upcharge a ton. Like, I get it's local and probably better, but I can't bring myself to pay double when Wingstop than a Wingstop or Buffalo Wild Wings. Bro, if you're gonna get wings from Buffalo Wild Wings, you should just go get frozen wings from the grocery store. Buffalo Wild Wings are so... The only reason to go to Buffalo Wild Wings is to go to, like, watch sports. Like, hang out and watch the sport... Whatever sports game is on that you're trying to watch. To watch the sports. Buffalo Wild Wings are so mid, it's insane. Wingstop is, like, fine. I was literally prefer Zard with stamps or the new A-Spec card. I haven't tried it with the card yet, so I don't really have a preference. If your loved one has been diagnosed with mortality, may be entitled to... Antonucci keeps throwing his glasses at my window. Could you help? No wonder they're crooked. Buffalo Wild Wings is straight booty cheeks. That's what I'm saying, Zubby. Yeah, I get Buffalo Wild Wings when I stay with my homies to watch that chess tournament. Exactly. Thoughts on Dialga Arch? It's decent. I want to work on like another build for sure, but it's definitely decent. Hey, Azul, I find Archaludon EX really fun. I like the trolley over blower to get crucial starts on turn 1. To set up turn 2 knockout. Run V with Force Healstone seems cool for me. What do you think? I mean, I don't think if you're playing Arven, I guess maybe it's okay. I could see like an Arven build of Archaludon being okay. Yeah, I could see that being okay. Arven for trolley, and then you just go from there. The thing is, though, Archaludon doesn't need... It depends... If you're doing that kind of build, though, you definitely should be playing... If you're doing, like, a trolley Archaludon build, you definitely should be playing, like, Togekiss or Dialga. But if you're not playing Dialga, then you shouldn't... It's just such a low-maintenance card. Like, you should be playing, like, a more aggressive build if you're going to play no Dialga Archaludon. If you're not going to play Dialga, you should not be playing trolley. If you're going to play trolley... then you should be playing something else in there. Gyarados with Starmie? Sure, like something like that. You should have something else in there. Because it's such a low maintenance card. It's like, why would you waste all of the... Why would you waste being, like, playing, like, a setup deck when the deck sets up just by, like, existing? Like 2 turns of just, like, looking at your hand, you'll probably have turn 2 Archaludon, right? Luxray and Trolley? Dude. But if you're going with, like, the Dialga build, I could see the Trolley Arven build being okay. So what are you doing? You should be watching Tord play right now. True. Gotta go check up on him. How would you rate the Loyal 3 deck right now from 1 to 10? Think about Gravity Mount and Trolley. A 10 is like a Lugia. So it's like a 2. 2, maybe a 1. Hydreigon Stall or Obsidian? Probably a mix of both is correct to play it around trying to use both attacks. But Obsidian's pretty broken. But Manaphy might get more popular because of... Lost Box coming back, so then the mill, you'll have to build the build more around the mill, and just have it as an option.
Oh, they might be on lunch break. They might be on lunch break. Well, do they have a lunch break? They don't do lunch breaks at tournaments anymore, do they? I guess they do it different depending on the region. In America, we're done with lunch breaks. Europe's been done. Wait, I think Europe's been done with lunch breaks as well. I don't know how they do it over in Latin America. What would you add to Arch for the Terrible Thorns matchup? Nothing. Just take the bad matchup. We had a lunch break in low. Oh, okay. No lunch break, 8 rounds is so OP. Yeah, you're done so quick. I assumed most tournaments would have 9 rounds. LAIC probably would have had 9 rounds if it wasn't capped so low. Appreciate the 3 months there, Kelso. So Chip Ritchie keeps throwing his bad takes at my window in the middle of the night. Can you help? I'll see what I can do. That one I can probably do something about. Azul's Mirana going to be a top 6 deck, and Surging Sparks has gotten upgraded, but is it going to compete if your name is not Jesse Parker? I don't know. It got better. The deck definitely seems pretty good. I don't really know how good it is overall, though. Definitely got better, though. Probably need to play a Canceling Cologne for Pikachu. I was going to say something. Oh, yeah, I assumed most major tournaments were going to have 9 rounds. But, like, how many tournaments in a row have had 8 rounds? Like, we've had so many tournaments in a row now with 8 rounds. I'm just going to go to Limitless real fast and look at it. So, Limitless completed. Gdansk, 8 rounds. Lille, 8 rounds. Louisville, 8 rounds. Wait. Yeah, Louisville, 8 rounds, right? Dortmund, 8 rounds. Baltimore, 9 rounds, day 1. Yeah, every tournament besides Baltimore has had 8 rounds. Yeah. 8 rounds day 1 anyways. And then Sacramento next week is probably going to have 8 rounds, I'm pretty sure. I looked at the numbers the other day. It's going to have 8 rounds. I don't know what's after Sac, but maybe the one after Sac will have 9. Baltimore or Toronto might have 9 rounds. What was the code for the Altar Pikachu? Oh yeah, what Hutch put in chat. What's your favorite card from Surging Sparks? I don't know. Archaladon, maybe? Scramble Switch? Should Lost Box play Canceling Cologne? I don't know. It seems bad, but it could be good. Yeah, I mean, you technically have, like, space for it. It's good for Mirror Match, so you can peek their peak. Yeah, it's good for Mirror Match because you can peek their peak. You can use Radiant Greninja around Manaphy, which is kind of cool. I mean, it doesn't seem terrible. Isn't Sac like 2,300 registered? Does that many people not show up? No, because it's seniors and juniors are included in the 2,300. So it's going to be like 150 seniors, 150 juniors. And then we'll be under the threshold at that point. Even if it's like 100 seniors, 100 juniors, then 50, 60 people don't show up and then we're under the threshold again. Yeah, no shows plus the younger divisions will put us under the 9 round mark. The ones after that, though, should probably get 9 rounds. That'll be my assumption. Did Sacramento even cap, though? Can people go register for Sacramento right now? Toronto has 2540 so far, so likely 9 rounds. Yeah, that should be 9 rounds, yeah. Dude, I can't believe that people I still see it. Well, it's just people being, it's literally jeez. I mean, this is just a constant thing in the current day and age of information, but people still think that there's registration problems at major tournaments. I'll still see I'll get comments on the podcast still where me and Chip will talk about something a problem in the PokemonTCG or something that needs to be improved, and someone without a doubt someone will comment before they worry about that. They need to worry about regionals capping in super fast in America before they worry about something else. I'm like, bro, what are you talking about? This is not a problem anymore. This is not a thing. People just have no information but still have an opinion. What are your thoughts on doing the round/pricing based on the caps for divisions, not number of people that show up? Based on the caps for divisions. Wait, what do you mean for the what do you mean by the caps for divisions? SAC is still open. You can still register for SAC right now. I always feel so confused in these conversations because I never see the problems. Yeah, the problem literally just doesn't exist. Or that problem doesn't exist, but people still think that problem exists for some reason. It's like kind of true still in Europe, but not really. Like even in Europe, it's like not really a problem anymore. So if there's like a 2,000 player cap for LAIC, but only 18 show up, they have 9 rounds day 1. Oh, I see what you're saying. So if the registered number of players gets to the cap or meets the threshold of the next round, it should probably be based on the number of players that show up, right? Because the numbers are based on how many people are playing. And like the expected outcomes for people playing in the tournament, right? I think it should probably be based on the amount of people that actually show up. Unless you're saying they should keep them all in the system, and then it's just a bunch of buys round 1, which I wouldn't be against, I guess. Like I'm not inherently against that. I mean that would be like fine. That'd be like whatever. Yeah, I guess I wouldn't hate that. I feel like you have to keep the players in the system though if you do that. But that I guess is like a fine thing to do. It wouldn't be like terrible to keep them in the system. It would just be like an issue with like they have to set up more seats than maybe they would normally have to. I guess is like a thing, but like that's not like that big of a deal. I feel like even on their end. Yeah, seems fine. What if for ICs they did 50 rounds like they did last season because time allowance are better with a 3-day tournament? Well, it's not. It really isn't though because day 3 they just only want to put the finals on stream. They want to put everything on the main stage, make the finals of every game the focal point of the stream. They want to make the focal point of the stream, and then like for each game in a row, which is like fine. That's like production wise, that's like a good idea. That's like a good idea for them to do, to be honest. Like for like showcasing the tournament. So yeah, they're not gonna they're not using day 3 for that reason. They should do top 8 day 3. I mean they could. I mean it would work for the TCG because TCG could start top 8 while like Go and Unite play on stream, and then the TCG top 8 could play out, and then by the time it's their turn to be on like the main stream, on the main stage, whatever, for their finals, they'd be able to. So I mean, you could do that, I guess. That's not like a terrible take, I guess. It's not a terrible take, but I don't think you need to do more rounds. I don't think the system needs to be different either. Like there doesn't need to be more rounds at ICs. I mean, you could do more rounds at ICs. I don't think there really needs to be. I don't know. Like having regionals and ICs be in the same structure is like fine. As well. I don't think we need it to be like that, like super special in that way. But I guess I'm not against the idea either, though. I guess I'm just kind of neutral on it. Like if they said like ICs are gonna be different, like ICs are gonna have more rounds to try and make them a little bit more competitive, I wouldn't be against it. But it doesn't feel like necessary, basically. Yeah, I'm not against it, but yeah, I'm just kind of neutral on it, I guess. Now the seats are set up beforehand. Ain't no organizer setting up chairs Friday night. True. Well, no, but maybe they would do it based on how many people have like submitted a deck list at a certain point, right? They can make an guesstimate based on that. Hazel, I've been getting into Pokemon and loving the podcast. Can you explain what a gentleman's agreement is? A gentleman's agreement is just an agreement between two players to come to agree on an alternate condition to the game actually concluding. So like, whoever has most prize cards left, the other person will concede. Or whoever has the better board state, the other person will concede. Stuff like that. So that way, instead of the match ending in a tie, it ends with someone winning, is the goal. The thought of the gentleman's agreement is to have a goal of there being a winner of the match. Because you do gentleman's agreements in situations where like ties don't advantage either player, So both player want to come out of the match with a win. So you set up a gentleman's agreement, so they're just like a different win condition. Not that you'd like play to that win condition that much more than actually trying to win the match, but if it comes up where the match can't be concluded, then that can happen. Gentleman's will be less since 19 match points gets day 2 in Sacramento. Yeah. Well, it's 16. Well, it's 16 match points, but same thing. Yeah. There will be less. There will be a lot less gentleman's agreements. Gentleman's agreements are basically like going into the season. It seemed like gentleman's agreements were going to be huge, but as we are, as we're going through the season, gentleman's agreements are basically becoming exactly what they were before, which is basically like only for, yeah, like barely happening. Like gentleman's agreements are just like literally not happening at all. Or they're gonna be happening at like the exact same rate or less than they were last season. They're not gonna happen very much anymore. During regionals, are you allowed to play with any of the Dragon Shield sleeves? MHA sleeves or DC sleeves? No, you can't play with... the sleeves either have to be blank or official Pokemon artwork. They have to be like one color or a Pokemon artwork. You can't use non-official Pokemon artwork sleeves. West Coast Regionals seem to get lower numbers of players from what I've seen, right? Yeah, they definitely do. Not hitting caps. Yeah. Yeah. They used to be by more, though. West Coast Regionals used to be like a decent amount smaller than Midwest and East Coast Regionals, but now it's a little bit closer, but there's still less, for sure. It's still less. Oh, we got Giovanni on stream. Giovanni versus Pedro. Someone in chat, people in chat were saying Giovanni was playing Cloth. Yeah, there's also like 100 million people in just the West Coast states. There is, but they're more spread out, so less people are gonna like drive to stuff. But you go to the East Coast. The East Coast is so much more condensed than the West Coast. So a lot more people are gonna drive to stuff. And like Midwest too, I feel like as well. More condensed. A lot more people are in driving distance of stuff. The West Coast, there's a lot of people, but it's a lot more spread out across the West Coast. No chance he's truly on Cloth, but I guess he has the auto invites. Still wants to win cash though. Yeah, people were saying he was on Cloth. I think he would still be trying to be pretty competitive. I'm sure, like, I feel like there was a point in the Pokemon TCG where, like, I feel like getting your World's Invite doesn't matter as much. Like, doesn't matter as much, especially to run the ad. Oh, good call. Getting your World's Invite just matters way less to Pokemon players, I feel like really competitive Pokemon players. Winning tournaments is, like, I assume is what more players care about than getting, like, they're gonna get the thing is that they're just gonna get their World's Invite no matter what. I don't think Pokemon, like, top Pokemon players, competitive Pokemon players do not care about getting their World's Invite because they're just gonna get it eventually. Or they know they're gonna get it. So, like, the thing that they care about is, like, winning tournaments. Or that'd be my assumption. That would be my assumption. I care about sending my opponent to the Shadow Realm where they belong. Yeah, send them to the realm. So Pedro just recently... So apparently Giovanni's playing Cloth. That's what the casters are saying. Pedro recently played Lugia over at the Buenos Aires special event. Let's see if Pedro's playing Lugia again. Cloth is a good deck. It just needs to work on its damage, draw, energy, flexibility, playstyle, consistency. Yeah, but once it shores up all those things, it'll be a broken tier 2 deck. I think he's playing Drago. Were we lied to? Oh, Pedro? Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about... Nope, yeah. Giovanni is on Cloth. Wait, what is it? Is that a Cloth hat? No, it's a Fennekin. Same thing. Same difference.
Would you imagine such a future with the growth where even competitive masters would not be confident that they'll get a Worlds invite? I don't know. I mean, possibly. But even then, just playing to win every single tournament is like the same mindset to begin with, right? Like if you aren't guaranteed to get your Worlds invite, then playing every single tournament to get your invite is the same thing as, it's like the same thing basically, I guess. I don't know, it's like the same thing. I just don't understand that thought process. I know a lot of people have that thought process. Like there's so many players throughout the years who I would like see at big tournaments toward the end of the year, and they'd be like, yeah, I'm just playing like some meme troll deck. I already have my Worlds invite or whatever. Like I can't imagine, like I can't like relate to that thought process at all. Like if I'm gonna show up to a regional championship, I'm gonna try and win. Like if I know there's a better play, I'm not gonna pick the mean play over the better play at a tournament, you know? But a lot of players do approach the game that way, or play the or do like go to events and then like pick decks that way. But yeah, I just can't relate to that thought process, mind state. What do you think about Reggie's peak at Area 0 in the next format? Terrible. You mean with Stall at Worlds? True. The stall meme. This will hear me out. Some people just like to play certain decks for fun. I mean, I don't care I don't care if they do it. I just can't relate. I never said they shouldn't do it. I just don't understand it. I think the surprise factor is a strong element against meta grinders. It doesn't. Not if your goal is to win. The surprise element, if your goal is to like cheese your way into day 2, you play P&E Marida in North Carolina, buddy. Dude, it literally won the next tournament. And also, I would have probably been able to make top 8 if I didn't throw against Koos. If I didn't throw against Koos, there's a good chance that I was in top 8 of that tournament. And then it literally won Toronto. Was it? Maybe it wasn't the next tournament. P&E Maridon was good. Maybe not as good for that tournament because Charizard was a little bit hyped. And I gave everyone the broken 60 for Charizard going into that tournament. But it was pretty good. P&E Maridon was pretty good. But even if P&E Maridon is bad, I didn't play it thinking it was bad. Let's just say let's say I was wrong, and me and my group were wrong, and P&E Maridon was bad. I didn't play it thinking it was bad. But some people, like as I said, like I'll like talk to people sometimes at like NAIC, and they'll be like, "Oh, I'm playing this really bad meme deck because I already have my Worlds invite." I'm like, I just can't relate to that thought process, right? It's like they know they're playing a bad deck, and they're like choosing to play the bad deck. Where it's like P&E Maridon, let's just say it is bad. Obviously, it's broken S tier deck in that tournament. But let's just say maybe it could, in some weird universal reality, be a bad deck for that tournament. I would have still played it thinking it's good, right? Cold Rush or Pokestop first? Usually Pokestop, but there's no hard rule. So what do you think? What did you just say? Oh, you're just memeing. Bad decks win sometimes. Yeah, but no one's. But that's a. Well, no. J-Car's probably just trolling me. I'm not even gonna. What is the word I'm looking for? Entertain J-Car with that take or that statement. That's the same thing as saying like the surprise factor is like sometimes good, or whatever. I'm not entertaining J-Car's comment there. What's the ideal active mon for Maridon? Mew usually. Because it has free retreat, so you don't have to find a pivot that turn. No one will expect Kyurem VMAX. Yeah, when you're 0-3, and even when you're 0-3, your opponents are still not going to expect Kyurem VMAX. So they'll still be surprised, but you'll also be 0-3 with your Kyurem VMAX deck. Is Cloth actually that bad? It's like fine. It's like a low tier bad deck, I think. I don't know. It's not that great. Is Cloth actually like that bad? Like Giga Troll, Fontenot played it at Lille, but I don't know if he was memeing. I don't think Fontenot was memeing, but like I do think the deck is bad. Do you also take a similar approach for deck choice when playing local, or do you sometimes take a different deck? Well, I don't really play locally at all, but when I did play locally, I kind of just played whatever deck I wanted, like whatever deck I enjoyed playing the most in the moment. Yeah, so like locally I would literally just take, but there's nothing on the line locally, so it's like I didn't really care.
I guess you could make that. Yeah, but that's like the same argument you could make for the players who like once they get their worlds invite, they just don't care, right? It's the exact same. It's the exact same mindset, but I only apply the mindset to like local tournaments. But I didn't care to the point where I'd play a bad deck. I would just like pick whatever like when I would go to local tournaments like cups and challenges, like I would pick my favorite of like the top 3 decks in the format and then play that at the local tournament. I wouldn't be like I'm gonna play. I don't know. What is a bad deck that I used to play that like existed when I went to locals? I don't even remember. It's been so long since I played in a local tournament. What was a bad deck? I don't know. Buzz. No. Something. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, when I went to local tournaments, I would like pick my favorite of the top 3 decks in the format or something. I feel like the lighting is just so low in the entire venue. Yeah, it's definitely very dark in the venue. They didn't bring enough lights for sure. It's very dark in there. For example, would you bring Cloth now if you would attend a local? No, I wouldn't play Cloth. If I went to a local tournament like tomorrow, I would play like Drago, Terrapagos or something. It'd be like Drago, Terrapagos, or I don't know. What's like another? I wouldn't play Lugia, even though I think it's good. Yeah, like Drago or Terrapagos would be the top 2 probably. Guardi, yeah, like Turbo Guardi. I would maybe bring like Turbo Guardi or something. But I wouldn't bring like a Cloth because like I'm just like I just don't think Cloth's good enough. Like yeah, I still would want to play a deck that I think has like a good shot at winning the tournament. Although I wouldn't like super try hard to try and come up with like the best play possible at like a League Cup compared to like a regional or something. Obviously. Oh shoot, Pedro's got the finger nerf, broken finger. I wonder how this will affect his play. So we just got an update injury report on Pedro Torres going into this tournament. Apparently he jammed his finger opening his deck box the other day in testing, and yeah, we'll see how he's going to be able to adjust around this with his shuffling and cutting. His coach says they are worried about the potential of a top deck reveal with the injured finger. They think it's definitely possible. There's an uptick in the double prize penalty possibility for Pedro. He's going to have less maneuverability in that middle and center left finger, which could lead to a potential like drawing 8 cards off of research or fumbling and flipping over some prize cards when he goes to lay them out. So the coaches over behind Pedro they are worried about it, but they said doing some warm-up draws this morning, he was looking pretty good. No fumbles, but definitely a little shaky. So they're definitely keeping that in mind as they progress throughout the tournament. They're doing checkups with the what is it? What do they call them? Physical therapist or something in between each round to make sure his fingers have enough mobility and he's feeling good. So they're still expecting big things from Pedro this tournament despite the injury, and we're hoping for the best. Head athletic trainer said he is a game time decision going into today's match. Good to see Pedro battling through. Back to the desk. Wow, that's really great to hear that Pedro has still decided to participate in this tournament despite the injury. Seeing that he's battling through that, really inspiring for young players out there looking to get into the game and are worried about what happens when they do sprain a finger or break a finger. Is that it? Is their career over? But we see players like Pedro consistently playing through these injuries no matter what happens, still trying to get those dubs. Ooh, 2 double turbo prize. That's a lot of double turbos. Hey, in your mid-30s, it gets harder. Yeah, more prone to injury. This is definitely a favorite matchup for Drago, right? Like, Cloth can't one-hit KO a Drago V-Star, so that thing can do, like, so much once it gets set up. What, came here to see Giovanni's Terrapagos? Yeah, me too. What the heck is going on, dude? Giovanni's playing freaking Cloth. It's cringe. Wait, why did he switch to Cloth? The world wants to know. Okay, this is exactly what you want to see from Cloth, though. Over here for Giovanni. You can get this turn 1, 2 prize knockout. No energy for Pedro. No turn 1 energy attachment. It looks like Pedro is playing the Goodra, which that seems like it could be decent in this matchup. Did I see the Haxorus in the hand there from Pedro? Was there a Haxorus in Pedro's hand? It looked like there was some evolution dragon Pokemon that's not a V-Star. Heavy ball off the rip, gets that Brute. Yeah, pretty good chance of having the knockout here on this active Drago here, for sure. Noivern? No, I think it was like a evolution non 2 prize Pokemon. It looked like the artwork. There is a double turbo in the hand there. So we got the Arven coming in. There should be a KO on the active Drago here from Giovanni. We should have the KO here with a secret box combo, I would imagine. They can KO Drago V-Star with Ursa Mochi. True. Okay, so yeah, the mid-game Drago is safe, but the late-game Drago will go down eventually, right? True. Goes for Nest Ball Tool card. So no secret box. Do we still have the one hit in hand? And then Squawkabilly is going to be searched out. Okay. So we're going with that Billy draw. There is an Arven in the hand here for Giovanni, but maybe just going to go ahead and Billy here and keep open the option of Town Store for the turn instead. Giovanni baited the entire meta, even Torden, to play Terrapagos just to farm LAIC with Cloth. Honestly, it's a good matchup for Cloth, right? Cloth is pretty good in Terrapagos. Is this going to be Poison Punch? No one hit? No one hit's kind of bad. I mean, it's like, it just feels bad. Yeah, just a punch. Okay. Pedro's definitely loving to see that. No aggressive one hit here from Giovanni. Pedro's side of the field is still pretty awkward. Oh, there is 190 on the active, though, so you do die to poison. Oh, but we do have the extra V-Star in hand here, so... Oh, we have Switch as well. So Pedro could just evolve the active to the V-Star. And just get rid of the poison so you don't die by poison. And then just leave it in the active and let it die next turn. That would still be fine, to be honest. You could play more aggressively here, though, from Pedro. Ooh, he's going to switch into the Ogerpon. I guess that's okay. I was going to say we could switch into the other Drago V-Star, but maybe this is correct. Yeah, is that Haxorus? What is that? That is Haxorus, right? Is Pedro just playing Daniel's build from Gdansk? Because that is the Haxorus right there. Why did he not grab Mochi with Arven? Because he needed to grab the future capsule, or the ancient capsule. There's a Vessel. See the Mew EX. Definitely not getting off an attack this turn, I don't think, from Pedro. But that was kind of expected. We do have the Ultra Ball for the Cleffa here, though. So we could go get a Fire and a Grass, Accelerate Grass active, attach Fire to Drago. I guess that makes sense to push up the Ogerpon there. And then we can just Ultra Ball for... Use Ultra Ball for Cleffa, right? Oh, was the damage incorrect? Oh, it's supposed to be a little bit more, okay. Pedro didn't have time to cook a new list since he was in physical therapy. True. Bro, Sasso not bringing the turtle, not playing turtle, but bringing the Cloth. That's what I'm saying, bro. It feels bad. I mean, hey, if he does well with Cloth, though, that'd be pretty sick as well. If Giovanni does well with Cloth here, that would still be pretty sick. I don't know if... we don't know if Pedro plays the Cleffa, I guess. Definitely possible Pedro does not play Cleffa. But I believe does have the Ultra Ball in hand. So if we have Cleffa in the deck, we should go get it with this Ultra Ball here for sure. Cloth is genuinely a top 5 deck in format right now. These matchups are crazy. That's what I've been saying, but people keep telling me that like your Dragapult, your Drago matchup, your Lugia matchup, your Lost Box matchup, like all these matchups are like terrible for you. And I'm like, yeah, you're right, but I can beat Raging Bolt. And even that matchup got harder too now because of the all the Bravery Charms they play. But I'm still like, nah, like Cloth is still broken. Like we have all these bad matchups don't make the deck bad, you know? Or like it doesn't make it a bad deck. It's still like one of the best decks. Around top 5 for sure. You farm every one of those except Lost One Box? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like that's what everyone's saying they're bad matchups, but alright, double Super Rod in the hand. We got the Cleffa. We retreat to the Cleffa and then draw the Cleffa. Ooh, another Ogerpon as well. Seems fine. We have 2 Dragos on the bench. And then, yeah, Cleffa 4 for 5 here. But is Cloth winning against United Wings? 50-50. It's a close matchup. Was watching your Lost Zone video on YouTube yesterday and lost it when you told the YouTube commenter no one cares about your opinion. I forget what they said, but yeah, if they're just gonna just like insert like themselves as like some like higher level authority on like something, I don't even know. It was like their first chat, and they were just like, I don't even remember what they said. But yeah, it was fine like shutting it down. But yeah, nobody cares about your opinion. They said Lost Box is just mid. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's like I see those comments all the time. Like I'll like be playing a deck and someone's like the first comment in the chat will just be like the deck you're playing sucks. Basically, is what they're trying to say. And it's just like, bro, nobody cares. Like, get the fuck out of here. Yeah, it's like they literally just like their first message in the chat is just like whatever deck I'm playing. It's like, oh, Zul, Golden Ghost's just bad. It's like I never said it was good. Like get out of here. Alright, there's the Iron Bundle. I wonder if Pedro should have pushed up an Ogerpon here, though, instead, to be honest. Now, the damage Reggie Drago on the bench, like, doesn't add much later on, but this means that Giovanni doesn't need a Mochi, right? Oh, wait, how much damage does the Cloth do? Yeah, but if we push up an Ogerpon here, then Giovanni has to burn a Mochi to get the knockout. I was wondering if we should force the Mochi burn here, to be honest. I'm actually not sure how I feel about this play from Pedro, pushing up the damage Drago. It's not constructive for the conversation. It doesn't help with the play. Too many negative Nancys. Yeah, exactly. It's just like straight negativity. And it's like different. To clarify though, like it is different. Like if someone asks me a question, hey Azul, do you think this deck is good? I'm like, no, it's bad. That's different because someone like directly was asking my opinion, right? But I saw someone bring that up the other day in chat. They were like, Azul, you call up people for just saying stuff is just bad, but you say stuff is just bad all the time. It's like, yeah, it's different though, because someone is asking my opinion. It's not just making like a blanket statement to know what is like just putting it out there. It's like 2 different things. Yeah, Pedro pushing up an Ogerpon there might have been better because it kind of I guess the one thing that this does is it does allow because you get the KO with poison there, right? So you don't even need you just died it by poison there. So Pheasantipity doesn't trigger. And now there's like one more Mochi in the deck to have for later. I don't know if that Mochi matters that much though. The Mochi matters like him on Ursaluna, but if the deck plays like 3 Mochis and you burn like 1 extra one, does that really matter that much? I don't know actually, to be honest. I'm still kind of like hung up on should we have forced the Mochi out of Giovanni by pushing up an Ogerpon? Because I would have forced the Mochi, right? We did 170 plus 30, 200. Yeah. Felicity Copy didn't play Fez though, right? Oh, that is true. Daniel didn't play the Pheasantipity, I don't think. I think you're right with that. No, didn't Daniel play... No, Daniel didn't play Fez. No, did Daniel play no Mew but played Fez? I actually don't remember, to be honest. I'm not sure. But the Haxorus is in there, right? We saw the Haxorus. No Fez? Okay. Why does Pedro keep asking for judge shuffles? Because of his finger. It's probably just hard for him to shuffle with his finger. Or is he asking for it on his opponent's deck? I haven't been fully paying attention, to be honest. Oh. It looks like Pedro whiffed a grass energy. That's tough. There's 2 E-switch in the hand, so Pedro could go... Oh, I was thinking about we still have Legacy Star, I guess, but Legacy Star in here is so bad. All right, it's whatever. It's not great. It's whatever though. I mean, we're gonna get a Vessel or a Grass here for sure. It's pretty bad. Eyes up the Vessel, and then eyeing up the Iono as a secondary card here. It is going to be a long game. It is long games in this one, a lot of back and forth, so Iono has like more value. Sinnoh is also like decent, I guess. I don't know how many stadiums Giovanni plays, probably 2 or 3. So we have answers to the Temple of Sinnoh. Also probably plays the Vacuum for the Raging Ball matchup, so. Yeah. Should they have Legacy Starred last turn and then KO'd something? Well, if Pedro Legacy Starred last turn, there was no guarantee for a knockout last turn. So yeah, I don't think Legacy Star in last turn was definitely not worth it because there was like very little guarantee of there might have been 0 chance of a knockout, to be honest, or close to 0 chance. So definitely holding it makes sense, and then trying to hold it for like an extra turn would have been nice. But we see Pedro did have to use it here. Pedro needed so little to actually, it just needed a Grass Energy to attack here without using Legacy Star, but does have to Legacy Star in the end here. Oh, you can double cure him in this matchup too, actually. I don't think that's what we're going to see here right now from Pedro. But double cure him is like a real play in this matchup for sure. So the judges have to follow Pedro the whole day? I mean, I doubt it. I don't know. Maybe it's just Pedro's just taking advantage of it right now because of the because he has the stream judges right there to shuffle for him. So we're just taking advantage of that while he does. They're clarifying if Pedro attached for turn already, which he didn't. He E-switched over. Just needed a Vessel and an E-switch because Fire was attached already. Maybe it was closer than I remember on the last turn. But still, like, I don't know. It doesn't seem like you have to extend that turn, though. It feels like trying to wait to conserve your Legacy Star seems worth it. Just goes for the Goodra attack. Okay, reduce that incoming damage. That makes actually Iron Bundle's like pretty big in this matchup then because of the Goodra. Because what do you have? What do you like 4-hit in this thing? Dude, this thing is a tank now. What the heck? In this situation specifically, Iron Bundle's not that great because we have the Cleffa on the bench. But if we had dealt with Cleffa earlier, I mean, we could still like Iron Bundle twice in a row here to deal with the Cleffa. Yeah, this is actually interesting. Yeah, the Goodra makes things awkward, I feel like, for sure. For Giovanni. There's only 1 double turbo left in the deck as well here for Giovanni. Didn't pull one off the prize cards, so we need to find our last double turbo energy to actually take a knockout, or to actually do an attack this turn. Wait, what happens if we... Wait, could we just lose? Oh, we're just going with the Pecharunt here. Okay, I like this. I like this. Just chill behind the Pecharunt. That makes sense, right? Just take advantage of that for a little bit, and then we go into Cloth later on. Maybe we like take a turn to set up for like a boss play, and then maybe an Ursaluna boss play or something like that. Or boss play next turn, get 2 prize cards, and then Ursaluna KO the active to win or something. All right, here's the poison. What do we take? 8 or something? 9? How much? It's a lot, right? All right. So I think Pedro's just probably looking for like Prime Catcher, right? You just Prime Catcher, up Squawk, reset the poison, knock out Squawk with Goodra's attack. Seems pretty good to me. We'll see how he sequences it here. Pawn number 1. Found a Research. Then we get rid of our Iono, though. 2 Ultra Balls in hand as well. Pedro isn't playing Daniel 60. Yeah, definitely not playing the Daniel 60 for sure. There is the Prime Catcher. It is Prime Catcher build. I was wondering if Pedro was possibly playing the Scoop Up Cyclone shenanigans. Because that's what he played at Lille, I want to say. I think Pedro played Scoop Up Cyclone at Lille. The Kyurem is in the discard pile here, so we could go for a Kyurem attack. I mean, how many prize cards does Pedro have left? 5? We could set up for back-to-back Kyurems. Wouldn't be terrible. In a Raging Ball world, the Scoop Cyclone is more than just shenanigans. Nah, even then it's just shenanigans. It doesn't do anything. Mid-card. Mid-card does nothing. Literally inting by including it. Still no prime. No prime reset. Which I assume is what we would do here if we could. Because this poison damage is racking up. Do judges get warnings and double prize penalties too? Yeah. Every judge enters the tournament with 6 prize cards. And then like for the first ruling that they mess up, they get a warning. And then each warning each would-be warning after that is a double prize penalty. And then when the judge runs out of prize cards, they have to leave the tournament. Well, they have to like not be a judge. They can like hang out in the venue, but they can't judge games anymore. Oh, I guess we KO'd the Petron though, so we take less poison damage, right? Wait, so how much damage is on us? We got 110. Cloth hits us for 90, 200, 230. I guess we're still not dying though, right? Even with the Mochi, we still live, right? Wait, am I doing the math wrong? Effective 240 minus 8160. Yeah, we live with 10 HP, and then we need to reset, otherwise the poison KOs us. But then we could find the Prime Catcher as Pedro here. Pedro should have used Pult if Drago's gonna get KO'd. Drago's not gonna get KO'd here. We do survive with 1 HP, so the Gudra does work here. The Gudra hit. Lets us survive 1 more turn. Yeah, there's no way for. I mean, Giovanni just probably punches the active and hopefully gets stuck in the active and dies to poison. But that would never happen though. Pedro would always hard retreat it at the very least to the bench Drago. So I guess this turn from Pedro, you'd like to boss KO something, I think. What an organized table by my man Pedro. It is pretty clean over there, yeah. Pedro's, honestly, is that the cleanest board state ever? Does anyone keep their board state cleaner than Pedro? Pedro honestly might keep the board state cleaner than literally any other player in the game. It's possible. Benny's board was pretty clean with the Curlius. True, Benny's board wasn't that bad. Pedro has said it's almost like an obsession for him to keep things organized. Oh, really? Is he like OCD about it? Yeah, so it's just a poison and pass here from Giovanni. Retreats to the cloth with the Mochi and just lets that poison damage continue to rack up on the active Drago, giving another turn over to Pedro. Once again, Pedro could go for that back-to-back back-to-back Kyurem. The back-to-back Kyurem plays now is looking a lot better for Pedro, potentially, to go for Kyurem. See what Pedro decides to do here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, and there's no way, honestly, can't you just go for it? Like, what do you can't lose, right? Because there's no way to one-hit KO a Drago on Giovanni's side. If Pedro just goes, use Kyurem, 110 Fez, 110 Squawk, 110 Cloth? I don't know, 110 Cloth, I guess? I don't know. Don't you just win? How do you lose? You can't lose, right? Because the bench Drago can't get one hit, and you have... That should just be a dub. Yeah, I think Pedro just has game on board, basically, with double Kyurem. A Bravery Charm could stop it? True, a Bravery Charm could stop it. Fair. Well, no, because we could go 110 Squawk, 110 Cloth, 110 Sneasler, but I guess it could still stop it because you could vacuum the rescue board off the Squawk and then put a... you could vacuum the rescue board off the Squawk. And then put the Bravery Charm on it. Cart perhaps? Oh, true, there are carts. There are carts as well. Okay, maybe it's not as solidified as I thought. I was like, man, this is like locked up. But yeah, it's not that... Yeah, it's not 100% locked up. But it's still looking pretty good here for Pedro. Still looking pretty good. I think I would still go for that play, though. I think I'd still go for a Kieran play here. There's an Iono from Pedro. Gets 4 cards. Still has Prime Catcher left, which is the big one. Super Rod. At least 1 E-Switch is left as well. 2 Curums still KO. Oh, true, yeah. 2 Curums does KO a Charm Squawk. They would need Switch Card and the Charm. Yeah, so you could do the 110, 110, 110, 110 here and put it on Cloth, Brute, and Squawk. Put it on Cloth, Brute, Squawk. Seems good enough to me. Let's see what Pedro thinks here, though. Bear plus Mochi hits 280, but not with DTE. Yeah, what I mean is like right now, Pedro draws 0 prize cards, so it spreads damage. There's no way for Giovanni to KO the bench Drago, the one that would have the energy on it. So you can attach to the bench Drago. Yeah, this turn Pedro can go attach to bench Drago, and then use Kyurem, 110 Cloth, 110 Brute, 110 Squawk, and then the game's basically over. When are you actually going to compete? When Grant Manley wins a tournament. I've decided that I don't need to stop Grant from winning tournaments anymore. He just doesn't win. So I'll come back when Grant starts winning tournaments. When Grant or Bradner wins a tournament, I'll return. But until that point, I'm not needed. Congratulations on your retirement. Appreciate it. Does the ganker behind me kind of not scare me? I mean, he's a little... I'm looking out. I'm watching him. Does he rip the prime here or not? No. The play here from Pedro is literally just use Kyurem. The active should just use Kyurem's attack. 110 Cloth, 110 thing. Oh, the other play that you could do here as Pedro would be play the prime catcher and then KO Squawkabilly and put 6 on... something. I don't even know where you put the 6, to be honest. This play is also fine from Pedro, I think. Just attack with Dragapult and KO Squawk and put... I don't know where you put the 6. You put the 6... Actually, you put the 6 all on the Radiant Sneasler, I think. So you can KO Cloth plus Radiant Sneasler next turn. Oh, we're going with the Goodra attack. Okay, sure. Yeah, I guess that's also fine, to be honest. I guess that's also fine. This seems reasonable. Get the 2 prize cards, Goodra knockout. Okay, I don't hate this. You could theoretically attack with Ursaluna this turn, but if you attack with Ursaluna, you lose, because then the other Drago knocks you out. If you have like Ursaluna, Jet, Mochi, want to KO the active, then you lose to the second Drago, so... Yeah, seems fine. Caesar has 130, so you can't 60-60. No, but you could put 6 there and then Kyurem, KO active. Kyurem, KO Cloth, KO Radiant Sneasler next turn. It doesn't play around Bravery Charm, though, on the Sneasler, I guess. Wait, no, does it? No, we still 10 damage short. But it just gives you the knock. It plays around Switch Cart. Just put all 6 there to play around Switch Cart. But also just using Goodra seems... Yeah, using Goodra seems fine, to be honest. Time to scoop. Honestly, it might be time to scoop. I don't see a route here for Giovanni. Giovanni's still playing though, so I assume there is a route if Giovanni is still choosing to play here. Bear can't KO because Goodra now. Yeah, also true, I guess. Yeah, because we use Goodra, we don't even die to the bear. The bear can't even KO us. Even if Giovanni wanted to use bear to get a KO here. He's the call-up Team Rocket. Yeah, he needs some help. He needs Meowth to come in there
What do they have, like a hot air balloon? Just take Pedro away. Just swoop in, pick up Pedro. Sunk cost fallacy, 25 minutes in, keep playing. Nah, just pick it up and donk him. Yeah, Giovanni should definitely just concede here and donk. Go for like a donk or something. There's the 4 Seal Stone. Yeah, we see Giovanni picking up the pace, but I don't think it matters at this point. I think Giovanni should have conceded. We see Giovanni is picking up the pace here to try and play faster, to leave enough time for game 2 and game 3. But you just don't ever win this game here as Giovanni. I don't know what the point of sticking this one out is, to be honest. Maybe Giovanni sees a route that I don't see, but oh wait a second. Oh wait, this is a route. Yeah, how does Pedro respond to this? Okay, maybe this is a route, actually. Yeah. Pedro has boss in hand. Okay, Pedro does win. But this does force the boss from Pedro, which maybe Pedro doesn't have boss, which could be possible. I don't know what resources Pedro was down at that point. So maybe that was a reasonable bet from Giovanni to be like, you don't have boss. I thought there was no way to get like a good knockout that turn from Giovanni. No, but that line was reasonable from Giovanni, actually. That line was reasonable. I guess I was a little bit hasty. But I guess I was like, when I was talking about, I was kind of in the mindset that Pedro won no matter what, but like the play Pedro ended up going with was like further away from a board lock play, or like like Pedro can't lose the game play. But if Pedro had gone for the Kieran play, it was impossible for Pedro to lose. It would have been impossible for Pedro to lose if Pedro had gone for the Kieran play, I'm pretty sure. But goes with the Gudra play, which does open up an opportunity to Giovanni, but still Pedro has the ball, so it doesn't really matter. Still wins in the end. Oh, let me run an ad really quickly in between. Run an ad. He's power shuffling. Curse him out, Azul. The pile counting, bro. It's gotta end, bro. They gotta stop it. They gotta end it. If he didn't use the V to get the DTE, then that would have been dicey for Pedro. Well, no, there's the Pheasantipity on the bench still. Pedro could have just KO'd Pheasantipity. I'll give him a pass with the injury. No, dude, that means no. You can't give him a pass with the injury. That's not how randomization works. Pile counting doesn't randomize anything. It's not like you're doing a different form of randomization. It is not a form of randomization. Letting the judges shuffle is fine. That's fine. I just got here. Lost Box is winning, right? Yep. Every Lost Box player in the tournament is currently 4-0. It's actually kind of crazy. It's a crazy stat. There's only 13 of them, but they're all 4-0 in the first 4 rounds. Judges can't randomize. It's a good argument. It's a fair argument. I thought that was my stream for 1 second there. I wasn't sure what was going on. It just started freeze framing. What if the judge pile shuffles? I would hope the judge knows better, but... Imagine you let the judge shuffle your deck and they start pile counting. True. If Giovanni hit the energy with Lotto, would not have had Electrode on bench, maybe dub. No, there was the... Yeah, it didn't matter. There was the Squawkabilly. Or not Squawkabilly, the Pheasantipity. One of the birds. There was another bird on the bench. Why are the birds always support Pokemon? Like Oricoreo's a support Pokemon. Pidgeot's a support Pokemon. There definitely is a trend there. Alright, so I imagine Giovanni is going first in this matchup. I can't... Well, maybe you just want to go second to have your opponent have a slower start, but... Looks like chose first. Squawkabilly start here from Pedro is not great, but you can motivate, which is pretty good. Turn 1 motivate going second is not bad. And that hand honestly looks pretty good for motivate from Pedro. Looks like a pretty good motivate hand. Giovanni's hand looks pretty good. Has a lot of options. Of course, we are going first, so we're not going to do as much this turn. He's already getting aggressive with the Artisan being placed out there. Which, I don't know how much I love playing the Artisan there, to be honest, because... Oh, I guess if we're going to Squawkabilly, sure. I guess it makes sense, right? If we are going to Squawk and Seize... Yep, and there it is. Fresh 6 on the way here for Giovanni. Ursaluna found off the prize cards with the heavy ball. Of course, that's not going to matter until way later in the game, but already a ton of liabilities on the field here for Giovanni before even getting off the first attack. And what would you even Artisan for? Second Cloth, I guess you could. Is going to go in with the Artisan. Also, it does give the Artisan over to Pedro, which could lead to... Oh, we get that initial poison damage with the Petron, okay. Which could lead to like a Cleffa, I guess, being found from Pedro. Pedro could find Cleffa now because of the Artisan, whereas it might have whiffed. Okay, double poison, and then jets up the Petch and pass. And we're going to take 6 from the poison damage. Did not get the Radiant Sneasler out. If we had got the Radiant Sneasler out... Oh, no, I guess it wouldn't have changed too much. Oh, no, wait. No, if we got an 8 there, the Squawkabilly from Pedro would die going back into Giovanni's turn, actually. Pedro immediately goes... Excuse me. Into the Artisan. So I imagine that means, yeah, we are going to search out Cleffa aggressively. Actually, I wasn't sure if we were going to see that from Pedro. I guess we don't, like, take away our option to motivate. Like, we can still motivate here as Pedro. Which I kind of like the idea of the motivate, because then it just lets you cure him a lot. It's like you could triple cure him this game if you motivate. I kind of want to see Pedro just go for the motivate. Getting Cleffa still is not terrible. Just getting the Cleffa. Plays around Iron Bundle, as it is as a 1 prize Pokemon. And if you only put the 1 prize Pokemon in play, you're chilling probably. Does have Squawkabilly to work with that, of course, but also now is going to go into... Before playing the Nest Ball, is going to go into the... Teal Mask, it looks like, to draw a card, try and maximize the outs for basic Pokemon here. Definitely needs to find, ideally, multiple Drago Vs, to be honest. You do want, like, multiple Drago Vs here to feel safe. There's the Mew, which is pretty mid. I don't even know if you bench it here. Definitely Nest Ball for Drago. But then I do lean towards, like, the possibility of the Motivate from Pedro here. Because then you could just, like, triple cure him after that. You can go Motivate into cure him to win the game. See what Pedro thinks, though. If we attach the energy for turn... Well, no, I guess that's not 100% true. Yeah, I think you just discard the hand and then play for the possibility of Motivate here. And that's what Pedro's thinking about here. Is like, do I attach 1 active or do I just play for Motivate? I think you just play for Motivate here. Can you use Brute Bonnet's ability with Jamie Tower in play? Because it's still technically an Ancient Capsule. Yeah, the name doesn't change. It's just like the effect on it is not active. Alright, there's our Billy for 6. There's a Vessel. There's also another Drago V. So the Motivate's online, but the rest of the hand looks pretty mid. Yeah, the rest of the hand looks pretty mid there from Pedro. So I feel like we might be going into Cleffa here. We'll see. Thinking about actually giving up E-Switch instead of the Ultra Ball there, which never feels good, but Yeah, I have to imagine this is going to be, like I mentioned. I mean, it looks like we're not going to motivate here. It looks like we're going to go for a Cleffa play, but we'll see. Gets 2 grass. Does have another Ogerpon in hand, so we could see another Teal Dance. I forgot what the name of the ability was. Cycle the deck a little bit more before we make our final decision here on Motivate versus Retreat. Use Cleffa, and it is... I mean, that feels like a Retreat. Use Cleffa if we're getting a Fire Energy there. Yeah, I think it's going to be a Retreat. Use Cleffa. We're allowing the opponent to cut the Judge Shuffle? Oh, true. That's actually interesting, Irish. I didn't even notice that. You are right there. There shouldn't be any... If the Judge is shuffling Pedro's deck, even if it's for every shuffle, there shouldn't be any opponent's cutting of the deck, right? Interesting. Oh, it's still going to go for the Motivate. Interesting. I guess we have the Ultra Ball in hand that can become Pheasantipity here. But that's not going to happen, though, right? The Poison is going to get the KO. I don't know if I like that play from Pedro, to be honest. I wonder if it's on behalf of instead of requesting a full-time a one-time Judge Shuffle. Yeah, there's the pass. 2 prize cards for Giovanni. We did Motivate here as Pedro, so we're trying to not use our V-Star power. The hand does not have many options, but we might be top deck switch, I believe. We might be using our V-Star power here. We'll see. If we want to attack this turn as Pedro, we might just not be attacking though as well. We might just be Cleffa-ing. Like, you could even go attach to Drago Cleffa, I guess. You could, do you have an E-Switch in hand? We could play the E-Switch as well. That's a Prime and a Switch, maybe. Yeah, I feel like we're just drawing with Cleffa here. I feel like we're playing E-Switch, draw with Cleffa. But then the bundle could be annoying. We could get Iron Bundled here. We have 12 minutes left. Plenty of time for this game to conclude, but basically no time for a Game 3, to be honest. I would say that it isn't a Judge Shuffle, and no cut is allowed, because Judge Shuffle equals reversing a mistake. That's not true. You can request a Judge Shuffle, and then the opponent doesn't get to cut it. Like, if you request a Judge Shuffle, and the Judge shuffles it, your opponent doesn't get to cut the deck if they don't. Even if they want to. Why can't you cut a Judge Shuffle? It's just a rule. Because it's supposed to be that like neither player can interact with the deck. It's like neither player gets the final say of interacting with the deck. It's just the Judge is the final say. Although, what is what is the point of a Judge Shuffle? Are we gonna go in with Legacy Star, or are we gonna draw with Cleffa? I feel like just drawing with Cleffa at this point still feels better, but then it feels weird to. No, maybe it was still fine to have played the Ultra Ball there, like we did, I guess. It feels weird to play the Ultra Ball there, but I guess it protects our energy on our Drago. Because it's safe to say the Judge is not cheating. Yeah, that's probably a good enough reason. Watching Pedro play is like watching paint dry. Pedro is a pretty slow player. This is true. Let's see what Giovanni can do. Giovanni definitely wants to get Iron Bundle involved here to punch. Iron Bundle, I mean, Boss KO the Ogerpon with 2 energy is probably the play we want the most, but if we can't do that, then like Iron Bundle to force up a 2-prize Pokemon, it will have to do. KOing the active Cleffa here is obviously not what we want to do. He did 009 a regional last season. This is true. This is a tie if Pedro loses game 2. This is definitely a tie if Pedro loses game 2, yes. This would definitely be a tie.
Oh no, did Giovanni just throw because of the jamming tower? Oh no. We still have the punch though. We still have the punch here. There's Pheasantipity, Squawk, and Electrode on the bench though. Double Kyurem wins the game here for Pedro. Pedro could just go Kyurem and wins if there's no switch cards or Bravery Charms. Surely you maintain your V-Star, right? I believe so. Yeah, you still keep your V-Star power, right? Like you don't lose the V-Star power. Because you can't use it, so you can't activate it. Yeah. He can't poison? No, he can poison. You can use Brute still, because you still have an Ancient Capsule attached to you. Wait, did Giovanni search his deck or no? Did he V-Star for DTE? He searched already? Oh, he did search? Oh, I assumed he went to use it and got stopped. I assumed he went to go use it and got stopped from using it. Oh. Well, if he was in the middle of like searching his deck, right? He'd already searched it multiple times. Maybe it won't be a prize penalty. I could see it not being a prize penalty because if he was already searching his deck. Was he mid search? And then went to use the Force Seal Stone to just like shortcut. Well, that's unfortunate. They are resolving it now. We'll see what happens. We can go back and look at it real fast. Oh man, this is super far back. So plays Ultra Ball. Gets Electrode, attach Force Seal Stone. Gets double Turbo Energy. Oh, but I guess the question is what card did he get, right? That would definitely be a thing. It's like, well, he immediately attached it actually. I don't know. You maybe just don't even ever see, like the card always maybe stays separate. Oh, it does go to the hand. But it's obviously identifiable. Yeah, I mean, they can go back and correct it, and they can see what he got, and they could just be like, well, you were searching, like, it could possibly end up, as not a prize penalty. I could see this ending not being a prize penalty, to be honest, but it wouldn't be surprising me if it is a prize penalty. We'll see. Actually, because of the stream, I'd say that's a warning. Yeah, they could definitely reverse it. It's definitely reversible. If there's no camera, that's a game loss, I imagine. Yeah, because the card's unidentifiable from the other side, then yeah, for sure. We'll see, though. We'll see what happens. Wasn't he just searching for the Electro before Force System for the DT? Yeah. Which is why it might not be a double prize penalty, because he was already in the deck at that moment. I mean, he still probably loses anyways, or he's probably gonna lose. Would it really be a game loss and not a DPL? I mean, it depends if it's reversible. If it's not reversible, it's a game loss. If they feel like it's reversible, then it could be a DPL, or it could be a reverse plus warning, or a reverse plus DPL. Both are possible. So will you manage to qualify for Worlds this year? If I win a tournament, yeah. Or I'd say if the top 4 in IC, right? Appreciate the 58 months there, Omar. Did you say you weren't competing until LAIC or until after LAIC? I'll be at Sacramento next week.
Well, I say that. We'll see if I end up being there. What if I could just not be there? Maybe I just won't be able to make it. Who knows? He's playing day 2 tomorrow. Yeah, I decided to not play day 1. I don't know why more players don't do that, to be honest. Like, you could just only show up for day 2 and just play in day 2. I guess players like the practice of day 1 to like feel better about their deck and stuff going to day 2, feel a little bit more prepared. But I feel like I feel like you just have such a huge advantage just showing up for day 2 no matter what, and just being locked in day 2. I don't understand why so many players are obsessed over playing through day 1. Yeah, day 1, 2 RNG, just skip it. That's what I'm saying. DPL incoming? Well, if they're taking so long, I imagine they are reversing the board state for sure. Yeah, if they're taking this long, I imagine it's because of a reversal of board state. I can't imagine they're taking this long and then not reversing the board state. So the board state is probably being reversed for sure. The question is just like, what is the actual penalty to Giovanni? Time play stops when talking is going on, right? Yeah. I actually don't get what it takes them so long. Well, they have to go back and like rewatch the stream. And they can't just have anyone go back and rewatch the stream. They have to have like the head judge or something go back and rewatch the stream. They can't just have like a caster. Because if a caster like messes up, then like, yeah, you have to have like the head judge go back there probably. Or a judge of a higher level go back and rewatch the stream, rewatch the gameplay. And then be confirm that, okay, we know it was a double turbo energy that was taken, so we can put that back in the deck. So on and so forth. DPL for both for not paying attention? It could be, theoretically. I wouldn't hate it if prize penalties get to the point where both players get penalized for it. But there would be like situations where you still probably want to be like nuanced and like one side should be taking a bigger penalty over another, depending on like certain situations for sure. Is that second breakfast? No, just eating the rest of my omelet. Did the game continue much after the illegal play? Not a whole ton, no. It's definitely reversible. It's not that hard to reverse. Can't they already do that if someone missed something that happened through multiple games? Wait, what do you mean? Yeah, the other side almost always gets a warning now for sure.
The omelets must be cold? Yeah, it was. But it's still fine. There wasn't much left. I was eating the rest of it. Alright. Nope, not yet. Hold up. Who's the guy in yellow? Is he a head judge? Head judge or like just like one level under the head judge? Get the translator involved. Like if an opponent forgets to draw prizes in round 1 and 3 and 9, and the same player keeps forgetting. Oh, I see what you're saying. Like to stack up the warning. I see what you're saying. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Couldn't know that they've gone through round 3 in 5 hours. I mean, round 4 is done. We're just waiting on the stream match. Like round 4, we got through 4 rounds in 5 hours. You know, you can't. Don't gas it up. Yeah, this is probably the only match remaining. Is this match? It's 4 rounds. 4 rounds. Mr. Beast really fell off, huh? Wait, which of the judges looks like Mr. Beast? What happens if someone gets judge called and they are completely deaf? Are there judges with sign language on standby? Honestly, I don't think so. I'm not sure. Well, I mean, you can also like you can still write something down for them, right? You can still write something down to explain the situation. Would you say that omelet is the reason you'll day 2 sack? As good as any other reason, probably, yeah. Caster said it's just a warning. Okay, reverse and warning. Sure. Looks like he said prize penalty. No DPO. Alright. They're able to reverse it. Now if that happened again to Giovanni, it probably would be a double prize penalty. But I'm always down to just like let as much Pokemon be played as possible. And it looks like they're reversing to the point where he used. Yeah, so they're reversing as much as possible, it looks like. And then Giovanni will play from there. That's a pretty big reverse, to be honest. That is a pretty big reverse. Yeah, so no boss play, Cleffa back to the active. Why is he mad? Well, I think he maybe was annoyed with the judges because the judges were telling him not to put his Cleffa back in the active. And he's like, wait, my Cleffa has to be back in the active here. Alright. So let's see how Giovanni decides to play this now. There's the boss on the Drago V-Star still. Dude, are we confirming this again, bro? No. And the Force Stone does have to stay on the Electrode as well. Alright, so we're doing an Electrode Punch. Pedro can still KO this with Goodra. It can still be KO'd with Goodra. So you can go Goodra, KO, Electrode, and then the Drago shouldn't die, right? If you do that. It'd be at 120 minus 80. Yeah, we should survive. So a Goodra knockout here is still pretty good for Pedro. And then figure it out from there. V-Star is still around for Pedro, so Pedro could go for the play that I mentioned, the Kyurem play. There is 3 2-prize Pokemon in play, but the Kyurem play could get disrupted by Bravery Charms and Switch Cards and stuff like that. Yeah. It could get disrupted by that. Immediately into the V-Star from Pedro here. Counter Catcher. Ooh, interesting. So you gotta get 2 of these. E-Switch Vessel. Should the V-Star power be used up now too? No. Does Jamming Tower prevent a player from attempting to use Force Heal Stone, or is the player declared use and there's still no effect? No, you just can't. You can't use it. It's unusable. Does go for the Vessel E-Switch here from Pedro. Have an Ultra Ball coming in. Has the timer been adjusted? Honestly, I'm not sure. There maybe needs to be added like a couple minutes to it, but I think maybe it has. Because it was definitely more than... We were at like 12 minutes or 10 minutes. No, I think it has been adjusted, yeah. Because we were like 10 minutes before it happened, so... Alright, Super Rod coming in from Pedro. Vessel on the Goodra. Gonna go get some Grass Energy. Got an E-Switch, a Nest Ball. Prime Catcher's also in here. I think we're just killing the active with the Goodra attack, though. And then from there, I think Pedro has Prime Catcher in hand, so Pedro can just look for Gust KO 2-prize or Gust KO 2-prizer after this. And then Pedro basically has game, which is like back-to-back Gusts from here. And I think Pedro will be able to execute that line here. Yeah, I think Pedro will be able to execute that line of play here. KO active with Goodra, and then Gust KO Squawk, Gust KO Fez. Has Prime in hand, so we'll need a boss for that Fez KO a little bit later on, but I think Pedro will probably be able to find that no problem. We'll see. Here's an E-Switch to start to build up that benched. Oh, we're moving to the active. Okay. Are we going to attach the Fire from hand to the Drago this turn then? We haven't attached return yet, I believe. We still need to attach. It's basically the same thing to attach return there versus E-Switch to the active. Not a huge difference, I guess. Research was found off of the pawn draw. There's the attachment return to the Drago. And then I believe we will just go ahead and Goodra knock out this Electrode. Oh, we're Ultra Ball in here? What are we going to go get? Mew, I guess? That's the only thing I can think about getting. Yeah, playing this Ultra Ball feels weird here. Why would we play that? We just like lost an energy. I feel like for no reason. Isn't this just a double Kyurem angle? If we go for double Kyurem right now, it could be disrupted by... It can be disrupted by... Switch Carts. And potentially a Bravery Charm if Giovanni plays Bravery Charm. I don't know if Giovanni plays Bravery Charm. But it could be disrupted by those things. So just going Goodra knockout active into next turn Prime, into next turn Boss, if we can find the Boss, seems better. But then holding the Grass Energy probably is correct there. But now we've discarded this Grass. Now we grab Dragapult. I mean, we could play Research here. If we play Research, we lose Prime, though. So I was feeling like we're just going to attack with Goodra this turn and then Prime next turn. But maybe Pedro is going to play the Research? It seems a little weird to play the Research, though. It feels a little weird to play the Prime as well when we just have Gust, like, lined up. Yeah, like, Pedro literally has triple Gust lined up. And then it's playing this Prime. For some reason, I don't know why we're playing this Prime Catcher now. We could have just waited. Yeah, I just don't get this play at all from Pedro, to be honest. I mean, I think we still probably have 2 Boss left. So we can still do this and then go boss. Like, it's still possible. Or I guess we could just go boss and then Kyurem. We could Kyurem KO the Pecharunt and a Cloth. Or actually, we could KO the Pecharunt off the bench with Dragapult because it's got 20 on it, right? Or does it have 10? No, it's 20, yeah. Yeah. So we can snipe it later. But I guess it still works from Pedro. 3 Iono in the hand. This hand kind of sucks. But now there's no Gust for next turn for another 2-prize chase. We're currently whiffing the Gust. But I guess if we get attacked by Cloth, we can do the thing that I said. We can use Dragapult. We can use Dragapult to KO the active and then KO the Pecharunt. So I assume we're using Goodra this turn from Pedro. I assume we're going Goodra. Yep, there's the Goodra attack. Alright. Can we even KO this turn as Giovanni? I'm actually not sure. We could just leave the Pecharunt in the active and poison. That does play around the 2-prize knockout as well. Giovanni's got to start cooking, though. Running out of time is definitely, like, potential here. There's definitely potential to run out of time here. We have the switch card in hand, which can heal this Pecharunt and take it out of Dragapult range. But then, even then, Kyurem can still KO Cloth and Pech. Wait, did he get no penalty? Yeah, there was no penalty. If he Goodra the Electrode and Giovanni pushed Pech, had Sneasler the next turn, he would have KO'd the V-Star. If Pedro didn't unpoison. Wait, actually? It would be 60? Wait, is that correct? 60, 60? No, it wouldn't. Well, you died of poison going into your turn, right? Alright, Iono coming out here. Wait. Oh, we used Pheasantipity there. I was so confused. Here comes a Lotto. Found a double turbo. We still don't have the KO on the active here, though. There's still no KO on the active. And with no KO on the active, yeah, Pedro's still in a pretty good spot here. Especially if Pedro finds a boss here, because Pedro did not have a boss in the last hand. Wait a second, am I doing my math wrong? 110? No. Yeah, even with a Mochi here, we don't KO. The poison would KO going back into our turn. There's the punch. No one hit, just hitting. So we're doing 90. We're doing 120, right? So plus 30 going back into the other turn. Oh, I guess if the active gets KO'd, we could push Pecharunt here, though, right? And then, so if this, okay, maybe actually, okay, hold up. Did Pedro not draw for turn? Dude, what are they talking about? Are they still doing the math? Bruh. Were they still figuring out the math? Are they giving Pedro a 2-prize penalty now for slow play? I don't think so. Vessel coming in.
How much damage is on the active? 180. I mean, all Pedro has to do is retreat and the game is over, right? What is it? We got 180, 310. If we KO the active. If we KO anything without resetting the poison, then Petron gets pushed and we die going into the turn. So we want to avoid that. So all you have to do is retreat and you just win as Pedro here. Dude, how much damage Cloth do? 190 minus 20, 170 plus 3200. Yeah. 200. Yeah, 200. Where was the 10 damage on the... Was the 10 damage already on the Drago, though? Oh, no, it's 30 damage. Yeah. Yeah, like I was saying, Pedro... I think Pedro just wins by retreating now. I'm pretty sure. If the timer was accurate, round turns were called, and I think it was. The hand is dead there for Pedro. I mean, as long as Pedro sees the play. Wait, hang on. 230, yeah. As long as Pedro just sees if he retreats, he wins. The only way Pedro can lose here is if he attacks. All Pedro has to do is retreat to Cleffa and draw cards, and you win the game. If Pedro attacks, though, he could lose. Because then the Petron can be pushed and you die to poison and then Giovanni can win. I don't think Pedro realizes that if he just retreats, he wins. I think Pedro is trying to figure out what attack to use with the active Drago. Bro, Kyurem the Petch? Kyurem the Petch would work, actually, though. Kyurem the Petch would work. But also retreating just works. Retreating to Cleffa also works. Retreating to Cleffa is also probably the safest play. Like, you literally just can't lose. Because Giovanni theoretically has one more turn. I'm pretty sure Giovanni does have one more turn, right? Why would you retreating win him the game? Because there's no way to draw prize cards. There's no way for Giovanni to draw 4 prize cards in one turn. If you just retreat to Cleffa. He's going with the Kyurem. Okay. There's still no way for Giovanni to win, I don't think. So this also works. He's just a KO the Petra run. That's fine. Now Petron can't be pushed. $110 on the Electrode. All right. No way to KO the active this turn. Oh, wait a second. It says turn 1 down there. I wonder if they called Pedro as turn 0 because of the... Maybe they gave a time extension? We'll see what happens when Giovanni draws this card. Maybe it'll tick over and say turn 2. Because that play took so long there from Pedro for the situation. I feel like maybe Pedro is turn 0. Maybe Pedro was turn 0. Maybe they did give a time extension because of how long it took to go through that interaction there. They haven't ticked it over to turn 2 at the bottom now. So now I actually feel like Giovanni has another turn here. Giovanni can actually win this. Of course, Pedro can also still win as well. But it looked impossible for Giovanni to be able to win before. Here comes a Nest Ball. Eyeing up the Ursaluna. Pedro isn't seeing the retreat play. Well, the retreat play actually is probably incorrect. The retreat play is actually probably incorrect though if we're wrong about the turns.
Yeah, like if Giovanni actually has 2 turns, then Pedro's play was probably correct. To be honest, the retreat play is not that good then, because it doesn't just win you the game. If Giovanni does have 2 turns, which it looks like Giovanni does have 2 turns. They brought up turn 1 as soon as Giovanni's turn started, so Pedro will have 1 more turn, and then Giovanni will be turn 3. There's the Force Hailstone coming in. Grabs a double turbo energy. I wonder what we're going after here as Giovanni. Are you just KOing the active, or you have to KO the active with a non-2 prizer though, right? Or you have to KO the benched Drago. Maybe we have the KO on the bench Drago here from Giovanni. Okay, that looks like what we're lining up here. There's the switch cart. Here comes Ursaluna. And then we have boss. Yeah. It is winnable. The poison's gonna come in, KO this setup Drago of Pedro's. Pedro can still win on the next turn. Pedro can still win on the next turn with Radiant Charizard, or setting up the Drago again. Giovanni does have 1 more turn here. Radzar wins here, no? Oh, Radzar does KO the active too because of the poison. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, Radzar just wins the game here. It does die by poison though, so Pheasantipity won't trigger. No Fez potential here for Pedro. I think he just asked if he could use the Pheasantipity, just making sure. I see research. There's a research in hand. Wait, does Pedro just have game? No, there's no Ultra Ball. I thought there was an Ultra Ball first. So Pedro can just like play Super Rod, recover Fire Radzard. If Radzard's in the discard pile, I'm not sure where the Radzard is. Doesn't 4 energy Ogerpon win? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Wait, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, right? That's 210, 220, 230. No. We need 5 energy, right? No Radzard? Is the Radzard in the discard pile? We can Super Rod it then. Alright, here comes the Super Rod. He discarded Radzard. Okay. He could Teal Dance attach, just needs to find E-Switch. Yeah, so E-Switch would get there. If there's an E-Switch in the deck. I guess I don't know if there's any E-Switch left. Was there any in there when... We can go back real fast and take a look. Hold up. When Pedro was searching through. Pedro, just search the deck. How do you not know what's left? He's like counting E-Switches in the discard pile. We just searched the deck. There is an E-Switch left. There is an E-Switch left. So you could play for Super Rod some Grass Energy here. I guess that means you're like attaching fire. Maybe you don't actually play for... Actually, maybe Pedro doesn't play for the Radzard at all. Well, maybe you use both Ogerpons beforehand. So you Vessel for 2 grass, and then if you draw into Radzard... Okay, I like this line here from Pedro then. You Vessel for both grass, and then you use both Ogerpons. If you draw into Radzard, then you have game with the Fire Energy in hand. And if you don't, then you commit the Fire Energy to the Ogerpon, and then you research and hope to hit E-Switch.
Wait, dude, what is this overlay switch? Alright, pawn 1. What is this overlay switch up? What the heck? They had this the whole time? Okay, no Radzard found. They can attack... Yeah, Pedro can attach the fire. Wait, what? What? Wait, so the last card in Pedro's deck is the E-Switch, but he attached the fire to the wrong Pokemon. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 2, 10. But Giovanni needs a switch card. Giovanni still needs a lot on the next turn, to be honest. And I don't think Giovanni has it. Last card is E-Switch. But the E-Switch doesn't matter if you put the fire energy on the... Oh, E-Switch to the Radzard. Oh, okay. You can E-Switch to the Radzard. Sure. But why wouldn't you attach to the Ogerpon and just E-Switch to the Ogerpon? Isn't that just better? Because what if the Radzard is the last card in deck? If the Radzard is the last card in deck, it's the same thing, right? Or does Giovanni even have a win condition now, though? He had Ultra Ball? Oh, he was guaranteed Ultra Ball. Okay. No, okay, yeah, he was guaranteed Ultra Ball. So it's the same thing then. I guess it's the same thing. It just comes down to finding E-Switch. Well, now he loses fire from KO. Well, that doesn't matter because this is the last turn for Giovanni. This is the last turn in the game, so it doesn't really matter. But can E-Switch Grass? Yeah, but if you get E-Switch Grass, you get E-Switch Charizard. So it's literally the exact same thing. No matter what, it doesn't really matter, to be honest, from Pedro. I don't think Giovanni has a win condition, though. V-Star's burned. There's a concede. Yeah, a lot of cards in the hand, but not enough. Needed a gut? I don't even know what Giovanni needed there. Giovanni needed a lot. So he didn't need to rod the Zard then? Oh yeah, if he's gonna see the whole deck, yeah, he didn't need to rod the Zard. Yeah. No, Pedro definitely threw there. Yeah, Pedro threw. Yeah, Pedro threw, because Pedro literally saw Researcher was gonna see the whole deck. So if Pedro had just gone, put 2 grass back in the deck, search out 2 grass, accelerate, attach to Ogerpon, research, you see the whole deck, you see the E-Switch, move over, knockout. Because then you have 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 240 poison kills, yeah. And you just win with the poison kill. Yeah, so Pedro threw there. Never punished, though. Never punished. Alright, chat, I'll be right back. I'm gonna run and get a drink. I might switch over to my setup if Lorelai's awake, so I might do a little bit of a stream switch up here. I'll be right back though. Wait, choose outcome, player on the right one. Yeah, so I might do a little bit of a stream setup switch here. I'll be right back in like 2 minutes.
All right, chat. Here's the plan. I'm gonna end the stream over on. I'm gonna end the stream here. I'm gonna go over to my setup and start up the stream over there. So don't go anywhere. I'll literally be back in like 2 minutes. Over on my setup. All right, I'm gonna